dude.
But they were fucking men. They were fucking men. Now they give you who? They give you like little skinny guys as the masculine, right?
Like females.
Omar,
like
man, I think our generation is the last of the Mohicans when it comes to men right now. Me, you.
How old are you,
Mr. Balderson? I'm 42.
I'm 46.
The other one,
so we're the same generation.
Yeah, that's what I said. We're the last of the Mohicans. We're the last of the men.
Indiana Jones, Harrison Ford didn't have muscles. We knew what he was a fucking man, right?
Smart,
so
yeah.
he would get hit as many times as he would hit other people. You know what the difference was? He didn't fucking stop.
All right,
it's no different than for the women. You know? There's lack of femininity.
Agreed. And now
they're just swapping it.
It's like what we were talking about, the difference between a hoe and a whore. A whore is just a depth of sexual experience. A hoe means you're fucking everybody.
Yeah, it means you're doing it for free, dumbass.
Yeah, I'm
may as well get paid for it. You know what I mean?
But I'm not a hoe.
So this brings up.
I'm a lesbian too. There's my LGBT.
This brings up then.
Strictly dickly, thank you.
How many of you have seen the movie Citizen Vigilante yet?
I saw it. It was pretty good.
Who's in it?
This brings that up. It actually Armie Hammer, who is the heir to the Arm & Hammer fortune, the last oil magnate, and everybody's heard of fucking Arm & Hammer.
Yeah.
So this guy he likes to take women out and take them to secluded areas because he's a rich boy, an ultra rich boy, and then abuse the piss out of them. And then
no, I didn't know he was doing all that.
Also, yeah, there's a whole documentary on it. He's been accused by many women and all the stories
cannibalism.
The same, and he's a cannibal, admitted cannibal. So this movie is set in Europe. And the first opening scene is a pretty white woman walking by with her pretty little kid, and distinct immigrant walks up and jabs her in the neck with a knife, and she falls out and dies in front of her kid. So you've already immediately got the let's get the emotions kicking right out the gate. Like, right, we're not gonna think, we're just gonna emote.
What a fucking opener.
Yeah, super opener.
Yeah, it was pretty visceral.
You're talking about Citizen Vigilante.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. Keep up with the plot, bud. Keep up with the plot.
And so then throughout, as this movie develops, the where these guys like the Andrew Wilson type or the Tate type, this guy goes and he starts killing immigrants, and he's American over in Europe doing this for some reason. That part is just weird, right? And he's an American over in Europe showing them how to, and starts killing these immigrants that are doing these things, including like a whole immigrant family, because they excuse the things that their son and brother did or whatever. And then and what you subtly notice throughout the movie is he also has no problems killing other people. So through it, if you take in your the glamorized parts is he's killing and he kills judges that let out immigrants and things like that. But one scene, he's driving with the judge that he's getting ready to kill in 2 minutes anyway. So I don't know why you got to teach the guy a moral lesson on the way to killing him, because the lesson's not really going to do any good for the guy that's going to be dead. But in it, he runs somebody off the road. He starts driving on the wrong side of the highway, and he's like, look, people won't stop following the laws, even if their life depends on it. And the person runs off into the ditch and their car explodes. And, so you killed these people. You don't know if there was kids in that car, a woman in that car. He also goes to a whorehouse, and he's having sex with these with hookers and being very drug.
I thought that whole segment was so unnecessary.
So unnecessary. Well, and what it does is set up a character, and it's these types like the Andrew Tate and the Andrew Wilson, where they think that they're the good guy. They would feel justified because they're killing these other bad people, but also being dirty as fuck themselves.
It's like an arc villain or some shit.
Yeah. And then
they're trying to present him like an anti-hero, but yeah, I'd say he's more a villain than anything.
Yeah. So it kind of reminds me a little bit, correct me if I'm wrong, and this is just sitcoms, right? So I know this has been mentioned plenty of times. Yeah, Married with Children. Oh, by the way, 2.5 Men. Also, it reminds me, and this is the first one that I really thought about, is how is Keanu Reeves a badass? Right?
Dude,
All of
Bill
a
and
sudden,
Ted, right? Bill and Ted, right?
Keanu Reeves in 2026 is supposed to be a badass. Why? Because he
Stoner,
has
the
guns.
Stone Cold
And
Killer.
no, if you've seen his actual training for John Wick, he's actually on like professional level.
But the
weapons.
picture of him, he looks like a dyke, dude.
Oh, I mean,
Whoa,
he's not.
Don't be talking about a national treasure that way, bud.
Bogus, Clay.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves is like Keanu Reeves.
You know what? I gotta defend Keanu real quick because I love him as an actor and as a
I
person.
think
He's a very good man.
Guy too. I mean,
Clay,
he's
Clay,
included.
you look
He's
like a
doing
dyke.
well.
You look like a dyke.
No, bro. Are you kidding me right now?
Yeah, you look like you're taking some hormonal treatments,
Are you
bud. Some
serious
hormonal
right
ones.
now? Are you?
I'm just messing with you.
You guys look like you fucking could be cousins.
Bro, I know I'm a
Coming
beautiful
from the
man.
one that-
Come on now.
You got a rainbow fucking channel going on.
Rainbow.
What
So
the
what?
fuck?
So what? My
Call it-
girlfriend likes that light.
Oh, holy shit!
So
there
what?
is a going on.
You
Yeah, it's
ain't
like,
gotta turn on the green light.
Yeah, hey, you know what? She likes that light. I'm not gonna sit here and get,
blue.
Well, what are you doing though? You're sitting on the couch smoking a cigarette in the shadows like a damn creeper.
Yeah, what are you doing in
Come
the
at me
dark?
about
You're a little vampire,
I'm gonna
buddy.
talk about my girlfriend and her light, but let's look at you there.
In all seriousness, so Keanu Reeves, right? This dude, he ain't got no facial hair, right? He's skinny as a motherfucker. Okay, now he's got some height. That's cool. Tall. That's cool. But like, he's got no like build.
Oh, you like
on
that
his
top
arm.
position?
But he has
okay.
no
understand
actual
how
martial
that-
arts ability. He thinks studio martial arts is going to fucking win in a real fight. I think he actually thinks that he. I think he actually thinks that his training in the Matrix and his training in fucking John Wick would actually win.
He's a black belt in like Wuxi or something.
Yeah, that will not fucking help you. There's a reason.
No, 100%.
black belt
All
in
kinds of
jiu-jitsu.
people think Bruce Lee.
You know,
was
my
the
favorite
biggest
thing is when
badass.
Israeli people tell me they study Krav Maga. I'm like, listen, man, Krav Maga is only going to work when you have two people behind you with IDF weapons pointed at civilians, and you use Krav Maga on civilians that won't fight back. There's a reason why Krav Maga is not in the fucking UFC. It's not because of small joint manipulations and open-headed strikes to the eyes. Because it doesn't fucking work.
I'll tell you who was a badass.
Keanu's weapons training is
Jean-Claude.
legit, dude.
His weapons training is, that's what I said. I've seen
Jean-Claude
videos.
is badass.
His
okay?
weapons training is legit.
No,
I
his
don't
weapons
give a
training, you
fuck.
can see the videos on YouTube. It's proper.
Yeah,
Hollywood.
I've seen some of it. The training for
Weird.
John Wick was nuts.
No, we're not talking about. Clay was talking about martial arts, not weapons.
Van Damme is a badass for real.
But
though.
Chuck Zito whooped his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Chuck
but Van
beat
Damme's like
Hell's
5'9",
Angel.
like 170. Yeah, but
He's
Chuck-
not
yeah, but
Hell's
Chuck-
Angel badass apparently, but badass.
guys, you have to remember, like,
But he looks like a dude, right? And Keanu Reeves, on the other hand, like if you put Jean-Claude,
Yeah, but see, Clay, see, that's your
against
problem,
Keanu
though.
Reeves, right? I'm gonna
That-
guess which one is the dude, okay, and which one is not.
Yeah, but see,
Hey, Keanu
the
Reeves
issue
is
you
6'9".
got, Clay, is you're taking someone's appearance and you're judging a book by its cover without knowing the
Absolutely,
content.
Yes, I am 100% superficial on this, and I do women the same way.
But see, that can get you caught up in life. You're gonna look at a guy like, oh, he's not capable of nothing,
Dude,
and that might be the baddest dude you ever met in your life.
Yeah, but
Mighty
in a
Mouse.
movie, it's supposed to be hyperbolic. The dude that's supposed to be manly should look manly in a movie because you're not interacting with him. They're supposed to be a.
Well, he
like-
moves like a
like-
zombie, though, which it works really well. The way he moves,
I really enjoyed Bill and Ted's Super Wild Adventure or whatever. Because he was like, yeah, dude, like, cool, dude. You know, like all that shit. That fits him.
Whoa. Excellent.
Yeah.
It's excellent adventures.
Tubular.
I mean,
It fits him. You know,
John Wick is
the Matrix game,
Keanu Reeves
right?
is half Samoan, by the way, so he's got thick bones. So he'd probably take a good punch.
Look, I like him as a person. From my understanding, he keeps to himself. He really doesn't. I mean, maybe he's got some guilt or something. He reminds me a little bit.
No, he's a very charitable guy, man. He's a very good human being.
I've never seen
he's not a badass.
I've never seen a bad story about him, and I've probably read 50 different stories that are just
right. It's crazy, isn't it?
That he does like really cool things for people. Like one of them, like a guy met him on like an airplane or something and invited him to his wedding, and he fucking showed up. Like, you know, like
that's cool as shit. Yeah,
you know, just weird, humble shit like that. He seems very humble, and I've never heard of the guy stepping outside of his wife. And didn't even know he had a wife for 20 years, and because
he was adopted, he doesn't even know his family.
Well, it would be like Jim Carrey being cast as a badass, right? It's just it doesn't fit the guy. Is all I'm saying.
So I can totally see Jim Carrey being a badass. The dude's a lunatic. He would play an excellent serial killer.
What do you think the mask was?
That superhero movie, he was a pretty decent.
Listen, the movie The Mask is nothing like the comic. The comic is grotesque.
Kick-Ass or whatever the fuck that
Riddler he played too. I mean,
yeah,
that was a bad guy. And then he did
a Kick-Ass
film, maybe, but that nah, bro. Like
have you guys seen Kick-Ass?
I have seen Kick-Ass. I'm trying to remember what character he is.
He's the leader of the superhero gang.
I mean, he's obviously cast into a role for comedy, though.
Yeah,
no,
majority of the time,
you can't even tell it's him. He's the guy that Kick-Ass joins that little superhero gang. And
isn't that Nicolas Cage?
No, that's the little superhero gang that he joins. That's got guy that's wearing all the camo. That's like the leader, and he's like a Mr. Badass. That's Jim Carrey. It's wild.
It's Kick-Ass 2.
Benjamin, your boy Jody's taking a shower.
Yeah,
all right. I didn't know that.
You would never guess it's Jim Carrey.
Benjamin, your guest Jody is taking a shower.
I didn't know that, and I haven't seen Kick-Ass 2, so that's that. Okay,
is he really showering?
Yeah, I mean he is cast as
the fuck
comedic role, but he does kind of put like a military vibe into it, the way I'm looking at it. But that's essentially what I'm saying right now. He's not a badass in that though. He's not. He's like military comedy, right? And look, I'm all for watching MASH, but in MASH you got the kind of the same similar thing going on. Where these aren't badasses. These are comedic roles, and Inescu
wants to talk about My Light.
I
was just gonna say,
and was like this with wet hair, and then I saw him grab a towel like he just got out of the shower.
What the fuck is happening right now?
You didn't see that?
No, I didn't see it the first time. I saw it this time though. The second time, I was like, "They ain't wrong."
He just took a fucking shower on the panel.
No, he's
he got hot bothered by Miss Nova up there. He was like, "Bro, I got to take a shower, man."
I don't blame him. I don't blame him, but I think I don't blame him, but I think
I'm just really
he just banned the camera at himself.
Adam, I think you called him out for sitting on the chair. Look, you said some shit about you look like you're in the shower smoking a cigarette, and then there he is. Jody, you good?
You guys know who David Allan Coe is? You ever heard the song "Jody Like a Melody"?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jody like a melody, want me and then leave me. Yeah,
that one. I was like, no.
Yeah.
Star, what's a good subject matter for this panel?
For me, I was thinking about getting off and making food because I haven't eaten all day. That's what I was thinking. Food is like going through my head.
Fucking office. I can't.
And this now just turned into a sausage fest thanks to Jody. He done scared off the one female panelist.
No, honey, I was on a stream with Toasty and I haven't eaten all day.
I know, I'm just kidding.
Like going food.
I've seen a clip of you. I saw a clip of you, Miss Nova.
Yes, sir. What was I doing?
I don't know. Some guy was like spurging out because you had your cleavage out, and he was like really offended by it.
That's bizarre. Got it.
That sounds gay as shit.
Avarice
dying.
and more.
Oh,
And I
what
didn't
are you
even really
doing?
have my
Put your
bleep
breast
out.
away. I can't see. Oh,
He was killing me with that. I was
it's like this.
dude,
Hey, it's like this. I'm like, hi guys. Let's. Oh my God, what is going on? There's
Well,
breasts on the
I mean, he made it seem like she was just sitting there at the table with her tits out.
I
man.
know.
Oh, look, that's one step from this. That's
And he wants
that's
to
one
debate
step
me
from
on
this.
the con at the con.
It's
in
like
Dallas.
this. Oh my God, how come your hair's not covered?
I know. I know. That's what I told him. I said, "What is this? A third world Muslim country now?" I said, "Get the fuck out of here, buddy." You're in my neck of the
My
woods.
eyes.
It's beer, it's bikinis and barbecue. It's America.
Yeah, right. Hey, by the way, can I ask a question since we're on that subject, Benjamin? Or everyone, is it just me and maybe I'm a little off, but does Andrew Wilson and his wife look the same?
Yeah. That actually happens.
I never thought about that.
Let me see what she looks
It
like.
does
I
happen
forgot.
after people that are together for years and
Nah,
years.
I can show you some pictures of my exes. I'm pretty sure I don't look like them, dude.
Nah, that's an X, bro. The thing about DNA, and this is just me looking at it from the perspective of,
It's called horizontal gene transfer.
Yeah. That's what it's
Horizontal.
called.
Jody,
It's supposedly
missionary.
the girl
You're
from-
saying that's what
supposedly
Jody, the
pseudoscience.
girlfriend wants to know. The girlfriend wants to know if the blue light's bothering you.
No,
Says he's not legally
on
married.
these,
Sorry,
on
I
these
muted
panels-
myself.
Hold on,
these
he's
panels-
not legally married.
No, it says they're not legally married.
So he's living in sin according to his Orthodox world.
What?
yeah.
What?
He's Orthodox now? Wait. I thought he was Muslim.
Somebody
Is it
said,
Orthodox
somebody
Muslim?
Hold on,
said my
who?
name.
No,
Who are we talking about?
I think Andrew
Wait,
Wilson's
No,
Orthodox
Andrew Wilson.
Christian.
Andrew Wilson.
Oh, I thought you said he said
No,
Andrew
Andrew
Tate.
Tate talks shit like he's got 46 children with 46 women. He talks
Yeah,
Yeah, and
Mrs.
yeah,
Ballmer
Wilson
said
is
he
very
was like,
similar,
Colors your
yes.
Bugatti, Omar.
Somebody said my name.
There's-
What
okay,
color
you're
is your
hungry now.
Bugatti?
It was hot as
yeah,
fuck.
I
so
did, Jody. I said your name because you were crying about the light, so she had me turn it to a dark blue,
Jody,
and she
like-
wanted
Make
to
it
ask
red.
you.
Adam, make
Well,
it red and start
I-
telling people to start.
Oh, I can do it. Hold on. I will.
Start trying to tempt people
Hold
to
on.
the
I gotta.
dark side.
She's gonna
Yeah.
get mad, but all right. Hold on. I'll do it for y'all.
Make it red and then start trying to tempt
gonna
Jody
start-
into making bad
gonna-
decisions. Of
He's gonna
Sell
he's
him
gonna
the-
start
sell him the
taking
ayahuasca now.
Speedo. He's gonna start
Sell me ayahuasca. You don't gotta turn on the red
He doesn't need blood. He's good.
You know, it's funny actually.
It was hot. It was hot as fuck.
Speaking
so,
of
yeah,
Aladdin and the genie, you like how they try to. The genie has always been like a jinn. A jinn is the Arabic word for a demon that appears in smoke or fire, right?
Yes.
And it's trying to convince you to do something. Yeah, but you like how they try to turn it into like the good thing, right? So it's like, but the entire thing, the story is a warning, right? Of like and the interesting part is that all of these guys, doesn't matter if it's Moses or it's Abraham or it's Muhammad, are guys that end up speaking to a jinn in the middle of the Arabian deserts of Aladdin. And then they're told what God means, right? And then now 80% of the world's following the story of what one Arab guy in the middle of the desert heard from a genie in the Arabian desert.
This is why you don't listen to desert stuff. Like, let them people be by
Fucking
themselves.
No, go there with
Fucking
me. No, go there with
fucking
me
sand
and drink
people,
ayahuasca
dude.
in the mountains, and then
You
you'll
know,
see.
like, I would have to have like a fucking fire hose. Do you know what Tacitus, you know what Caesar said about the Germans? These people can get amazing things done, but they drink water all the time. Like, yes. If you've ever watched during any given show, I go through fucking just myself about 7 or 8 of these a week.
I thought
I gotta have some German in me because I drink water nonstop like I'm a fish.
Oh, dude,
thought that was
it's a
Everclear.
German thing for
I got
sure.
some German for you.
I thought it
He
was
said I
Everclear.
thought it was Everclear.
No, I drink gallons and gallons of water, just constant, and that's just we're not
I
made
think
for that to eat.
I drink a gallon of water, but that's
hey.
because I take 1,000 milligrams of Celsius packets and put it into spring water.
Hey Omar. So
Yes, sir.
when Raging Tomatoes was hosting, there was some sort of debate about wine and tangents. I would like you to clarify that. So they take tangents to produce fruit for the Jews only? Is it Jewish only?
No, thank God you're asking me, so you didn't think that. No, that's not.
Yeah, I know it should be bald egg.
So bald egg.
I got something in the back.
That's what it is. Balder's son is that's after it was brought into the Christian world and they've changed the names a little bit. The original word is bald egg.
Since you brought up Genie, I got something in the back there. Excuse me, Ben, if you don't mind.
What you got in the back?
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have seen this one.
Got the horses in the back.
I don't see nothing in the back, Clay.
No.
So look,
I'm sharing.
Oh! That's not in the back. It's in the shade. That doesn't appear in the back. It appears down in the little boxes with you guys. Yeah. So it looks like it's a guest that should.
Oh shit! You know what I didn't do? I didn't share it with the sound. I'll bring it right back. Yeah, I apologize. I already know.
All right, so here's the thing, right? So when we say wine, right, we're talking about an alcohol that's like produced from a grape, right? And so all the way to ancient Egypt, when we say Egypt, we're talking about Middle Kingdom, because Egypto was a Greek word, right? Old Kingdom Egypt was Alkemet, right? And this is Balderson's wheelhouse. There's two sciences from Alkemet. There was alchemy, the science of spirit, and chemistry, the science of matter, right? And so, sure, they would use alcohols to infuse by soaking plants and etc. for maceration. Sure, they would use fermentation for medical products that was also using alcohols, and then they would use wines and perfumes and so on. But specifically, what I was talking about was the aspect that they would take certain plants, which would all be, we would call them psychedelic or shamanic plants, and they would use wines to extract the actual chemical. But really what they were doing is the alchemical aspect of the essence of each of these plants. So the difference is if you take marijuana and you burn it, that's one way of releasing the spirit, right? So you would inhale that, right? But if you were to take that and put it into an alcohol or an oil or a combination of the two, in essence, you would be extracting the essence, the essentia of that plant. So when you mentioned ayahuasca, you would a more developed plant like that, you can't just take ayahuasca by itself and roll it up and smoke it. Nothing will happen because of DMT, right? And so you have to take an ayahuasca vine, which out of 150,000 plus known plant species in the Amazon, they found this one vine that actually had an MAOI. And then they take it with a plant called chacruna, which has DMT. Interesting fact.
MAOI inhibitor.
All inhibitor, thank you. All green plants have DMT in it, whether it's grasses and so on. And there are different degrees of body weight. So let's just say this plant called chacruna, right? The difference is that if it was about the visions of DMT, then the medicine that you know as ayahuasca would be called chacruna. But it's not. It's because the medicine is called ayahuasca. And ayahuasca means mother nature. So it's the mother of the medicines. In the womb of the earth, the Amazonian rainforest, there's one plant called ayahuasca, which would be like mother nature. When you merge these plants together and put it in the boiling water, right, you are now creating this liquid that you call the ayahuasca. Inside of it, sure, there's chemicals, but it's the essence of ayahuasca and the essence of the chacruna that you're drinking into this water temple that houses a spirit we call the soul. So the alchemical journey would be the master medicines of these of ayahuasca coming into this water temple and taking you on a spiritual journey. That would be a perfect explanation of alchemy. But in Alkemet, they like to party. So they would take different plants, like for example, ephedra, and they would mix it with other things, let's say blue lotus, and they make little special cocktails, and they would use alcohol as an astringent and extract the plants, and then they would hand it out, and people would have big fucking orgies at different festivals.
Okay.
At different festivals.
So it's a workaround the system. I got you.
No, it's not a workaround system. So different temples and different times and different processions of different pyramids and different times of the year, they would use different combinations of things with so on. They'd like to party. Obviously, we see from them. That's why the Greeks went weird, and that's why Romans went weird eventually, right? But
I mean,
that's true.
And it's true because what happened was they went away from the alchemy of the spirit and moved into the alcohol aspect of it. And so Arabic word for alcohol comes from the Arabic word al-kul, which means flesh-eating spirit. Because if you drink enough alcohol, regardless of who you are, eventually you'll do shit you would never otherwise do, because you have given possession, that your soul is in possession of this body, and you gave it in possession to the demons of the al-kul. And that's why if you got so drunk, the next day someone's like, do you know what you did last night? You're like, no. Oh, you smacked that woman, called her a bitch, and robbed the bank. You didn't necessarily technically do it because you were possessed by a demon, your lower self.
But isn't that just a scapegoat? I mean,
no, that's not a scapegoat. Hold on. Have you ever been so drunk that you don't remember what happened and people told you?
No.
Okay, well then, if you have,
I know exactly what I've done, and I've made multiple regrets.
On sleeping pills, yes.
Okay, same concept. And so the way demonology works when applied to something like this, like for example, Haitian voodoo, Santeria to an extent is that you train with certain plants mixed with very, very strong alcohols, and you train by getting so drunk that you black out, right? And so you're in essence asking permission, because a spirit can only enter your temple one of three ways. Number one, fear. That's why a ghost or a ghoul goes, ha! And you go, and it enters through fear. Two is you have to invite it. That's why there's sex magic rituals with a K, where they're doing different things and doing right, and Sabbatai Sevi and Jacob Frank and all. And then the third one is by summoning, abracadabra, and then by consumption, right? And by consuming things in a combination to allow a spirit to come.
Abracadabra, that's a Jewish word? I thought it was
abracadabra is a Jewish word, absolutely. This is called Jew magic, because the Jews learned it in Egypt when they were slaves.
I knew about that word.
And those Hebrew people that were there were called the Erev Rav. So when you go to Genesis and God warns Moses, beware, because you have been infiltrated by the mixed multitude. Those are the Erev Rav, which is the origin of what we would call Satanists today. And I have a whole thing on that, which I'll do later once I break open this whole Zionist thing. And then I'm going to break open something else. I'm not going
I want to see this.
And then I'm breaking open the big abracadabra. And then I'm going to disappear.
And also check your Discord, please, Omar.
Are you ready for your genie? Okay, we got
him play.
You ready for the genie? Here we go.
I'm the blue ball genie. You get 3 wishes. Simply rub the ball. You get your 3 wishes.
Oh my God, I've seen this.
What is your first wish, my boy?
Is that easy? I don't know.
My hand was just like my other one. Bro, not like this. Go backwards. Man. Bro! Dumbass!
he has more talent than easy too.
You're savage, bro.
Does that remind you of anybody?
Yeah, as an actual practicing lab alchemist, what you're using alcohol for in a practical sense is the alcohol strips the spirit out of the plant, which is the oil in the plant. Exactly. And so it actually strips it out. What alcohol is a solvent. And now that you've removed the spirit from the plant, and the same thing happens to you actually as you're doing it. That's why you can piss out twice as much as you drank, because it's pulling other things along with it. And that's why you're dehydrated as fuck the next day. But that's what you're using it for, is to pull the spirit out of things. That's why I don't drink alcohol at all.
Exactly. And so if you were to use the alcohol, the alcohol, you are in essence stripping the essence out of it, which would be like taking a human and killing it only to harvest the organ and discarding the rest, right? That's the chemistry.
It's a waste of a perfectly good human.
Yeah, and the alchemy would be trying to extract or to work with the soul.
Well, how do we know they were a good human? No, I'm just kidding.
Well, you know.
You don't want to waste them bits. You got to use all the parts of the human. You know, the skin makes nice books. You got like the Necronomicon, shit like that.
And this is why people would. This is why people. This is why people would burn.
Omar, I wanted to ask you real quick. How did your debate go?
I think it went well.
It sucked for him.
For me? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I don't think anyone would say that. Let's get vocab on and see if it sucked for him. If he thinks that, I
think he put up a good defense for his.
Yeah, he did.
I was gonna say this earlier, so because we were getting into that about the defense of your faith. But if you step into the cage, it's not really a defense, right? It's mutual combat. So when Christians step up and they call themselves apologetics, I'm like, you're not putting up a defense. You're actually stepping into the cage. That's not the same thing.
Yeah, he kept trying to appeal that if you take my train of thought and you take out Paul, then you take out Luke, then you take out Acts, and then the whole religion falls apart. It's like, no, it doesn't.
Is true.
No, it's not, because Jesus, you still have what Jesus said in Mark and the other actual apostles.
No, you said their whole religion falls apart.
That's what he said.
And that's what happens.
No, because you would have pure Christianity, in my opinion.
Well, that's not religion.
Okay. Again, I said at the beginning of my opener that he was going to play semantics. No, I said he was, and I called him out on that from the beginning. The point is that he is a master's degree in Trinity. He has a master's degree in Trinitarian theology. He teaches the universe. Yes, he teaches. Yes, he said he stopped 1 year short of his PhD. He teaches as a professor in the university in Trinitarianism. He debates this professionally. I am debating him in his entire worldview. Off the top of my dome, he had a fucking presentations and he had everything ready that he pulled from his university. And I went off the dome.
Maybe that's
that is one thing. That is the one critique I would give you, Omar, is less off the dome, because his was very directed. And
well, he had visual.
Yours was kind of blundergat. I'm not saying you didn't have good points, but you were kind of blundergat with it.
It's perfectly fine.
You need to be more laser.
It's perfectly fine.
He actually was able to pinpoint each one of your points and have a rebuttal for it. See, and that's the difference. So if he was not doing well, which he did very well, he would not be able to catch each point and go, oh no, that's a point. Let me take that. And try to break it apart.
No, he didn't catch anything because I gave book, chapter, verse. And what he would do is he would start quoting Luke and then affirming what Luke wrote in Acts and saying that affirms what Paul said, and then go to something in Genesis.
So here we go. Okay.
It's all ad hoc.
So then it's not Paul. It's not Paul that you have a problem
with. Luke affirming Paul. Yes. Right. And I said from the beginning.
Let's get down to the brass tacks.
Hold on. And Luke never met Jesus either. No, Clay, you're trying to re-argue similarities from the beginning.
I knew you were going to go there.
Hold on.
I knew this was coming.
I, as a non-Christian, granted I could have went real hard on the whole thing. I granted him all of the books that were written by the apostles of Jesus. I specifically said, my claim is Paul is a fake apostle. Why? He never met Jesus. And I said Luke follows that along because Luke Acts is a biography about all the great things Paul did.
When you say he never met Jesus, you're obviously not including
Jesus didn't choose you as an apostle.
Well, I just want to make sure that I understand your view.
An apostle of Jesus means Jesus chose you, correct?
I can't understand it. You know, like I just can't. Like you won't even allow me to make sure.
Is it loud? I'm sorry. Is it loud?
Can I ask a question? You guys are getting a little heated.
Hold on. I did 3. Hold on, guys. I did 3.5 hours on Paul. I'm not a Christian, okay? Yeah. So I don't want to. This would be like let's do 4 hours on the Constitution, okay?
Well, I'm more connected you wanted to though.
I already did it. I got one question,
but not really. No, not with me.
Well, we can do.
And I didn't watch the debate.
I was just asking how it was. I didn't mean to open a can of worms and everybody be like, "Hold on, let's rehash the whole 3 hours."
Clay said that I got. Clay said that he wanted.
Well, to be fair, the whole reason this panel's happening is because the other panel got cut short because it was not a particularly donory stream. and everybody didn't get it out of their system. So,
all right. Yeah, I missed it. We were busy, so I was. I mean, I was a little...
vinegar in there. They didn't get it all out.
Ben, Clay just said that I lost the debate that he didn't watch. That's so Paul.
No, bro, you did lose the debate because I saw enough of it to know.
Yeah.
Oh, so you tuned in for what? 45 minutes and shut it off?
Yes, you do in the debate. Yes, you do in the debate.
Sir, okay, I watch a football game, right? I watch it all the way to the end. I know the score. But if I watch just the last 15 minutes, do I know the score?
No, because the closing statements. The closing. No, because if someone scored 21 points in the first quarter, there's no score. Excuse me. You asked me a question. There's no score in a debate, so there's no final score. That's subjective opinion. So if I scored 3 touchdowns in the first quarter, you came in the second half and saw him score 2. You didn't see me score a touchdown in your worldview, which means you saw 14-0. But if I scored 3 touchdowns in the first quarter, there's no final with subjective scoring. You don't know. You said you didn't see it. You're literally Paul. I'm not going to get into it.
I saw enough of it.
You weren't there. So Paul and Luke wasn't there.
Let me ask you this. Does anybody who
this is ironic.
Let me ask you then. Does anybody claiming to be a follower of Jesus need to have seen Jesus in the flesh?
Are they claiming to be an apostle?
I would think. I'm gonna. Hold on.
No, stop.
I'm gonna say this.
Stop.
Hold on, Clay. No, because
do they need to be an apostle?
Because you're
Paul's an apostle.
Go ahead and tell them.
Yeah. Did Christ choose Paul as an apostle though?
Paul claims to be an apostle. A follower of Jesus does not claim. Does the person claim to be an apostle or just a follower of Jesus? If they're a follower of Jesus, no, they don't have to meet Jesus.
For someone to interrupt the conversation.
You asked me with Omar. If someone claims to be a follower of Jesus Christ, Clay, I'm trying to answer your question. Now I'm interrupting your question. The answer is, if someone claims to be a follower of Jesus, no, they don't have to meet Jesus, obviously. But if they're claiming to be a fucking apostle, I think they should be chosen by Jesus. There's your answer.
What the fuck is this? What are you doing, Rocky?
He was sending. I think he said in the chat that was for Clay.
What is for Clay? This video?
What has Clay been getting more mad over the last couple of days?
He didn't get to get the piss and vinegar out earlier. He's been that was
because he didn't get to do the gauntlet. The gauntlet.
Yeah, we didn't do the gauntlet. You can't blame him.
Got it.
That's like getting ready for a fight and then the fight don't happen and now you're full of piss and vinegar.
Good point. Yeah, but I don't. Clay's one of my favorite people to talk to about this stuff because we actually have awesome conversations.
Hey Ben.
It's
come up and I'll put you and Omar in a 5-minute.
No, I'm going to sleep, guys. I need to still drive home to my home. I started this at 7:15. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I already talked about Paul. I'm not a Christian.
Ben, Toasty's been patiently waiting to chime in.
He's muted.
Well, chime in. Say what you're going to say.
Omar is correct. Luke never firsthand met Jesus Christ, but what makes Luke the exception that proves the rule is that he gathered external eyewitness accounts that from people who actually did meet Jesus and know him during his lifetime. Sure. So a bunch of old people, really, essentially. And that confirmed what the apostles who did personally know Jesus said about Jesus is true. That's what makes Luke the exceptional book out of the 4. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to also say goodnight because it's super late for me as well. I just wanted to show up and say hi to you guys because I haven't seen you guys in a minute.
What's up, Toasty? I was wondering where you've been.
Nice to meet you, guys.
Hey, Toasty, in that debate, I did say like Luke is a historical account, and I wasn't saying that disregard everything out of his mouth. I was specifically referring to what he said about Paul.
I know. I just wanted to
not about like the world or his writings. I didn't say he was like a bad writer. I didn't say it's specific to the argument of that debate.
That's not how I was understanding it. I was just trying to assist you with that point because there was some crosstalk going on between you and Clay, seemingly a little bit. But so again, I wanted to be a second opinion or voice to that and say, no, it's true that Luke never personally met Jesus. Although there are some people say he knew him as a kid or something like that, but
again,
I was just trying to give you a helping hand a little bit because I can see you are pretty tired.
Look, that debate, I wasn't going to convince anyone anything, and I don't think that anyone who doesn't believe is not going to be convinced from vocab, right? It was just about having a conversation about a very important subject, which makes up like nearly 50% of a book that billions of people subscribe to. And I can guarantee you that there's a lot of people who, when they mention what Jesus said, they're saying what Paul said Jesus said. And I'm just saying that there's a difference. Again, if you like Paul, love Paul, accept Paul as an apostle, accept Paul as a great prophet of Christian, it doesn't make a difference to me. But don't say that Jesus said when Paul said Jesus said. I'm saying Paul, we have enough writings.
Yeah, I definitely get your point, and I have my own gray areas with Paul myself. I mean, it's kind of hard to say that somebody personally met somebody when it happened in the middle of the fucking desert and you supposedly went blind for 3 days. That you can have a lot of issues with that as a personal testimony.
But again, like that second Peter thing, he told me like, oh, there's no inconsistencies of that. I'm like, bro, like there's three in 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 15 and 16. Not 2 Peter. No, so yeah, 2 Peter. There's 3 different places that are 3 different things that one saw but didn't hear. One said they heard but didn't see. And again, he explained it in his perspective. I have nothing to say after that. And to me, when you have one guy writing about one occurrence and having 3 different versions of it in one book, that is all I need to know to say, I don't buy any of that stuff. I think someone made it up or added in later to change it and change the old one. Now, he explained
because of the inconsistencies.
To me, yes, that's more than enough. But to him, he explained it how he likes it. So I move on.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understood your train of thought on it.
He felt how he feels about, and he explained it how he explained it. He quoted some writer, wrote something and said, that's fine. If that's what you subscribe to, no problem. I don't need to be like, because again, I wasn't trying to be like, well, if you believe that, then you're a fucking idiot. I didn't want to get into that stuff because that was not the nature of it. I wanted to have a great conversation. And Clay, good to see you back, brother. Ben just explained, he said you didn't get to fucking get it out in the gauntlet. I love you, and you're one of my favorite people in the world to talk about this stuff.
Well, it's more than that. Like I begin to ask questions, and
I was trying to answer your question.
No, and I understand that. No offense to you, and I don't want to get caught up in the meta, but people interrupt, and I just can't have.
Oh, I thought you were mad at me.
No,
okay.
no.
Thank God.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at, like I said, not even to Adam either. It's just it's the bro. My head gets filled up, and I just gotta go. You know what I'm saying?
It's one of my favorite things about you.
Yeah. I'm like, you know what? Fuck all this.
No, the question was, if someone claims to be a follower of Jesus, no, they don't have to meet Jesus. But if they claim to be an apostle, yes, in my world, they had to meet Jesus. That was my.
Yeah. So essentially, like, I don't have to see the thing to know it happened or to believe it happened. I should say, really.
No,
because
of course
the
not.
no is Gnostic, but it more falls down to like
Sure.
I have the clear and evident axiom, whereas belief is something I can believe anything almost, but then there's faith too, which kind of sits in between that. There's the assured expectation, things hoped for, though you didn't even see the evidence for it, but you saw some evidence, enough to get you there. And that's where I'm saying with essentially Luke and Paul, I'm saying in your debate, I saw enough of it that I can now tally the score and say, yes, there was enough of a fair game played where like there weren't flags being thrown so many times that it's just no longer a game, right? Where the debate happened, same thing. And where with Paul and Luke, I take it and I assess it. I assess it according to the evidence that is there. And I say they were there during the first century. They had the accounts. They interacted with the other apostles, the other disciples, the other followers of Jesus. They got enough of the information, and then the supposed miracles, they have enough of it, of the evidence where I can say to myself, why would they, right? That would be my question. Why would they go to this length to advocate for a faith not of their own, one that's being persecuted, that's probably going to either land them in prison or dead? Why would they go to such great lengths and then all of a sudden, they just simply don't believe that stuff? And then also it's if they get found out, it's going to be a heresy according to the Christians themselves, because the Christians come from the Jews, specifically originally from the Jews. Of course, it was actually Peter who brought the Gentiles in, according to Luke. I understand that part, but Peter is affirming that within his letters. So if Peter is affirming it, Jesus is that's why I first went to Peter when we first had the conversation.
But which Peter, first or second? Now you may have missed the portion of the debate where I mentioned that is overwhelming amongst Christian scholars. And by the way, vocab also granted it, and because the thing he read from some scholar specifically stated that Second Peter is, although it's completely understood that it has things that are out of context and looks like et cetera, it doesn't mean that the historical references are true. I'm like, okay, absolutely. But Second Peter, of every single document that makes up the New Testament, is the most controversial by Christian scholars. Okay, you can pull it up. It's attributed to 110 at the earliest to 140. Then he pulls up one guy, I don't even know who it was, that says, oh, by the way, it sounds like it's written in 60. Well, that's great, because that's one person. So we can find one person to say everything. When we are, and my opener, by the way, which I didn't repeat over and over and over again, in my opener, I specifically stated why he's a false apostle and why he's a false prophet. Because according to the Torah, of which he was a Pharisaical Jew, he fails the test of a prophet. So I'm holding him to the account of the Torah that he was a rabbi of. So that my opener and my first 20 minutes, I was going into extensive details because I actually had those notes of my bullets.
Was Paul considered a prophet in the same sense that the previous prophets were considered prophets?
If someone makes a prophecy, then they're a prophet. Then Paul made many prophecies.
So the prophets, like the major prophets, the minor prophets, specifically.
Major and minor,
regardless of what we call them, the prophets from the Hebrew scriptures, are they the same kind of prophets that Christians understand prophets to be?
It doesn't matter if Christians understand it. It's about prophecy and what is a prophet according to the Torah.
So in Christian theology, right, prophesying means a foretelling of the future, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we received like a divine wording to speak it, right?
Okay, so that's a great point. So when you said prophecies create share prophecies of the future, yes, that's for sure. Prophecy, that's a prophet. But for someone to have a divine revelation, and then from that divine revelation receives the message of what Jesus actually meant and what Jesus actually said and what Jesus really meant and so on, that's a lot of prophecy.
That's a little bit different, right? So there's two different ideals in prophecy, right? The prophets that speak according to a divine prophecy that they received individually in the Old Testament, those are different than a Christian who goes out there and preaches and teaches God's word.
But he wasn't a Christian. He became a Christian when he saw his divine revelation, just as there was no such thing as a Muslim until Muhammad had his divine revelation.
There's a difference.
No, I don't see a difference between Muhammad and his experience and Paul and his experience.
No, I'm asking if there's a difference. It's just this simple. Is there a difference between the prophets of old and the prophesying of Christians?
I don't see a difference.
Okay, so then that's where we
so I don't see a difference. I don't see a difference between Paul and Hosea.
So there is a difference. Okay,
I don't see it. Hosea was running around giving his own interpretations as well. I don't
prophesying in Christianity. We take the teachings and we go out into the world, preach and teach.
It wasn't a teaching. His teaching was from a divine. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Clay. Sorry.
No, it's fine. So the preaching and the teaching portion, right? So the law and what became of the law, what was fulfilled in the law. That portion right there, the whole understanding, you can't prophesy if you don't actually have the knowledge of it. You don't have the ability to.
That's why it's a prophet. That's prophesy. Exactly my point.
Right. You don't actually.
There was no teaching. Remember.
Christianity. Whereas no, hold on.
That's ad hoc.
In the Old Testament, when you look at but Jonah specifically, right? He was told to go to the Ninevites, and he did not do this because he just didn't want to, right? It was actually his choice not to. But he also had a misunderstanding, a failed understanding, actually, because when you get to the end of Jonah, it's actually he's sitting under the fig tree that gets destroyed and then comes back. That whole setup is a symbolism. I believe it happened, but the thing that happened is a symbolism of how he had a poor understanding of prophesying and the necessity behind it. So that was something that he received divinely, but he chose against it, which was actually like blaspheming the Spirit. This is why he ended up, according to the story, getting thrown.
But this has nothing to do with
put into the belly of the beast. The idea here is that in Christianity, you actually have to learn the scriptures. You have to learn it like the Bereans. You have to go deep, delve into it, and have understanding. You pray for Holy Spirit, and throughout all of that, eventually you come to the right understanding where you can actually go out and preach and teach. You can't just go out and preach and teach without having this studying. You have to have the studying factor. The part about being saved is not the same as the studying and the prophesying. Right?
You've moved the goalpost 3 times. This is exactly what this is a classic apologist situation. Job and his prophecy. I don't think any of us are saying that Job's prophecy is in question, right? We believe that Job received a prophecy from God, correct? Right or no? Do you believe Job's prophecy was?
Job received a prophecy
from God, correct?
To go and tell the Ninevites.
Okay, so we both agree on that. So it's not the same thing because I'm not granting that Jesus met him.
Excuse me, Jonah.
I'm sorry, but either way, we agree on both. We give it to both of them. But my point is that it's a different thing because from the very beginning, we are not affirming the consequent. You are. I am disagreeing with the premise of that. So if you pick a biblical prophet and say, oh, he had the prophecy and he did or didn't do and did. Yeah, that's great. We're both agreed that was a prophecy. But the question is, I'm not saying that Paul is a prophet. I'm saying that Paul had a vision of which he appropriated to Jesus. But
no Christian is a prophet, sir. They prophesy.
Again,
it's a different thing here.
Again, if we go to the Torah's definition of a prophet of true and false and the measurement, or if we go to the very definition in any language of what a prophet is, Paul fits under the definition of a prophet, period, on any of those 2 mechanisms. Now you can say in Christianity, we don't say these are that's fine, but that is
right. We call them followers of Christ. We call them disciples. We call them apostles, but we do not call them prophets because they are Christians.
Yeah, but that's special pleading. Hold on, that's special pleading. You cannot create a new box and say this is everything. No, that's your everything.
Yeah.
But here's everything also, and
I don't have a problem with that.
Omar, what are you saying? What did Paul say?
I did 3.5 hours on it, buddy. I can't do it again. Sorry. No offense, Rocky. I swear, no offense, buddy. I promise no offense. Well, I've been online since 7:15, guys. It's
one thing.
I wanted to get into that particular.
I don't mean any disrespect, guys. You guys are my favorite people to talk to. That's why I'm still on.
Yeah, and I just wanted, like I said, I wanted to get into that particular thing.
Let me send you.
I see where the divergence is.
Clay, and I had a revelation
as prophesying.
I had a revelation in the thing, and I realized that when he was talking, and he was referring, and he's like talking, and he's referring this, and I'm realizing, oh, he keeps going back to Luke, Acts, and 2 Peter to affirm what the counterpoint to what I said about Paul, and I didn't catch on till later. I'm like, why does this not sound familiar, huh? And I'm like looking up because he's referring to documents that I already said I'm not granting, and he's using those to affirm a statement about Paul, which I already said. 2 Peter, no, and but Paul's words, don't no.
Affirm Luke either.
Luke, and from a historical perspective, we can mention Luke all day. He was obviously in the area and he was around the guys. But if we're talking about specific acts of anything that has to do with Paul, to make Paul approved as an apostle or as a great prophet, as you don't use the word, but I'm using that word, then I don't accept.
The book of Luke.
Acts.
Yeah, no, so I mean the book of Luke, the actual gospel of Luke. Do you affirm that?
It depends, man. If we go into it, but here's the thing. I'll send you, Clay. I'm going to send you. Message me like your email or maybe Discord. I'll send Discord. But okay, so I'll send you what I sent. I'm sorry. In the opener, I had some notes, and in there I specifically mentioned all of the Pauline apologetics he's going to do. He's affirming the consequence, and the whole argument is anachronistic. At the beginning, I went into the entire details and specific specifications of that. In the opener, I got into the details pertaining to the false prophecies. I got into all my context of what Jesus said and Paul said that were counteractive.
Right. Did you get that?
I did it all at the beginning.
No, I'm saying, did you get that just now on your phone?
But I'll send it to you. And we should.
And while these two are sending each other love letters, Svetka,
I just said yes.
As you can see, we got Dr. Shaman Omar, PhD Clay. We had Prophet Rocky. If he talks, you'll understand why he's the prophet. Adam here's the grand poobah. Jody's an apostle. I don't know what kind of extra qualifications you want past that.
Yeah, we're all credentialed now.
Yeah.
Can I say something real quick before Omar leaves, though? Clay, you're saying that there's no prophets in Christianity, but you also contradict yourself by saying that Paul is a prophet by having a prophecy.
No, I never called Paul.
So, and you're really just kind of like, it's just a title, though. It's really just a title. Okay, so we can call him an apostle. What's the difference? It's just a title.
There's a big difference in the name. Because when you're talking about prophets specifically in religion, it's a totally different thing than just saying.
Paul made a lot of prophecies, Clay. He said, he says, none of you, I say to you, none of you here today will pass before before the judgment. And he made a lot of prophecies. And actually in 2 Corinthians, Paul tells us that in order for a prophecy to be true, it has to be witnessed by 2 or more people. But then he wrote, so there's just a lot. Again, anyone can believe or have the explanation. We have we have a minimum of 1,700 years of so-called apologetics since the First Nicene Council of some of the greatest minds.
I'm not saying you're wrong, Clay. I'm just simply saying, to me, there's no, I don't see a difference in Clay. It's just a title.
They threw out the first few hundred years of really good Christian thought that just didn't canonize Jesus as God. And when he mentioned there's no such thing as a first century writer that said Jesus wasn't God, I was like, oh, how about the fucking Ebionites? They don't exist to your worldview? No, my point is look,
that's why I pointed out in that in that little stub thing, whatever it was called, that they found that fragment that it already talked about those.
I never heard of it.
Groups. Right. Well, I looked it up but it listed as part of what is actually written on it is talking about the Gnostics and one other group. I can't remember what it was called. Already it was warning against them. So they obviously existed in the first century also.
Of course they did, because remember, again, all you have to do is just look at historical Judaism.
The Muratorian fragment.
Look, 200 BC Judaism, right?
Meritorium
with the Merkabah mystics, with all the way.
I think Paul was a prophet, and
yeah, I'm just logging it in my brain to look it up later.
Again, anyone wants to believe whatever they want. It's not a problem, and I don't judge anyone by that. So if someone has faith in Paul's divine revelation,
Clay, can I ask you one more question?
If it finds you peace, good. I'm not here to judge that stuff. It's just a matter of.
Do you think it's Clay? Do you think it's wrong for a Christian to have an open mind, though?
Of course not.
See,
now Clay has a super open mind on this stuff. Clay, by the way, would be considered a Gnostic heretic by the Nicene Council. Okay,
I don't believe
same boat as me. He'd be in the same boat as me.
Yeah. I don't believe there's any current prophets that was finished with the apostles, because the scripture has everything we need to know. The
you know what the Jews said, Rocky? You know what the Jews said?
More prophets. Paul was like one of the apostles had the gift of prophecy and healing and all kinds of shit. But there are no more apostles. There's no more prophets. We have the scriptures
in Christianity, but you can't just say that about any other religion. To other people and their beliefs, they have prophets and whatnot. So you're just basically dismissing everyone else just because you want to sound right.
I'm not a prophet. I'm a teacher. I've studied.
I never said you were a prophet. But what were you going to say, Omar? Because I was really curious what you had to say.
I was going to say, according to the Jews, the Jews
Rocky, we've all heard you talk. It is always fucking riddles. Nobody understands anything you say past 3 fucking words. You are obviously a prophet, fucking Nostradamus down there.
I love when
you can't understand my words or what I'm saying.
We don't understand. Nobody understands what you're saying, Rocky.
Am I not loud enough?
You're plenty loud. You're just fucking crazy.
Hey, by the way, the Jews, according to the Jews, here's a little interesting fact for my Christian friends. According to the Jews, after the Second Temple period, there were no more prophets. So they say prophecy basically ends with like Hosea or some shit. And so they say, oh, those can't be prophets and apostles because the prophetic age ended with that until the Messiah comes. So, of course, they don't grant the Messiah, obviously, as we all know. So they have their own conundrum with that situation, because the Messiah was supposed to come according to, I can't remember which one of the Jewish prophets, before the 70 years after, by the Second Temple period, the fall of the Second Temple, but they didn't happen. Oh, but here's Jesus. Oh, but Jesus didn't fulfill da-da-da-da-da. So when Christians say there's no prophets after that, it's the same shit the Jews said before you. So that's the problem everyone keeps saying. They're saying, oh, there's no more prophets after us.
Malachi. Just so you
Malachi? Oh, yeah, Malachi.
I thought it was. When you said Hosea.
It may be.
But it was Malachi. But yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
Oh, Malachi's prophecy. Malachi's prophecy about when the Messiah was. Who? I gotta go to bed, guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna fucking. I'm gonna confuse everybody at this point.
Love you, Simon.
Hey, guys, thank you all.
Love you, brother.
Let's keep it going. And Clay, I wish we had
absolutely. I enjoyed talking to you.
Yeah, man. I'm just trying to have. I'm just trying to have thought experiments. Thought experiments. Let's go through train.
That's one of the reasons why when I do my Q&A, I don't know if you noticed this, I try to do philosophical as much as possible.
You do.
I try not to do it because people understand and can track reasoning. They can track logic. They can track virtue. Those things they understand fully.
I told Vocab, I said the reason I'm debating with you, I was like with someone who has a master's degree in this, who teaches at a university, all this stuff, is because I want the highest level explanations for the things that I'm going to bring up. Because maybe you can convince me. I said this to the whole thing, like, hey, I'm listening fully. It's just that I'm grounded in reason and logic, and so hearsay only goes so far. And again, the importance of something. For example, whether it's Paul's writings or the Odyssey or anything, the importance of something doesn't have anything to do with if it's true or not. Something can be an idea that's written by someone's imagination, can be the most important thing you've ever read. It does not have to be true from a chronological perspective for the importance to be measured. So if Paul's writings move someone's soul to etc.
That actually, that's exactly the point that I was getting to with my Q&A, which is that it's a matter of whether it's salvific. It's a matter of whether it's salvific. That's actually where I was actually going in my Q&A. So whether Paul made it or not, whether Luke made it or not, whether Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, any of the other apostles, Judas, I don't care. What matters is your personal relationship with God. And if it is the case that sacrifice, understanding that, and then moving past that in that belief and in that faith is salvific, if that's the case, if once you start to believe, that's it, you now believe, then you go working against that because you think it's the truth, and then you work against the truth. That's what matters. Is it salvific? Whether Paul made it or not, okay. I'd love to see Paul. I'd love to see Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, every one of the disciples. I'd love to see Noah. But does it matter? No, because it's my relationship with my God, and I serve my God alone.
Okay.
My wife thinks that I'm the oldest version of Noah.
And you give me some Noah energy because you're like more one of the older prophets. You're not like Elijah or one of the later ones. You're more like fucking Noah. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
He's like got Noah vibes.
She's like, you're just collecting all the animals for when the world ends.
Carrying the ship.
Yeah, but the
bitumen that he uses.
One cool thing about Christianity is when you guys talk about having a personal relationship with God, which is awesome. And that's a cool thing. But we also have to understand that is a very old concept too, because all of the quote pagan religions
from the beginning
have very personal relationships with gods. And that's why they last so long. So I get it.
Hey, and here's the funny thing. This is why when I was talking about Japheth, he went north. I think it was with Cap or no, it was Israel and Cap. I told them both. I said, you guys are sitting here going on about those that came from Ham, but it seems to me, it's kind of going to point out that Shem and Japheth, their progeny seemed to have it together because God didn't have to step in and do no correcting. I'm just saying.
I didn't want to get into like too deep into certain situations, and I wasn't trying to make it like a Jewish argument against Christianity. So I tried to stay away from the Old Testament criticisms of Paul's comments. I mean, it's a very easy to bite, exactly. Because every fucking word out of Paul's mouth goes against the Hebrew Bible's law, and I had that all laid out, but I didn't want to do that. I wanted to dive into the New Testament perspectives of what
do you think about John?
I think I agree with what Jesus said about John the Baptist. I think that John the Baptist
John
the Revelator.
Yes,
the Revelator.
John was okay, but Jeremiah, he was a good friend of mine.
Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
Yeah, but there was a bunch of stuff that he said that he got caught pretty bad when we mentioned John the Baptist, and he said something, and I said, well, Jesus said John the Baptist was. There's been no greater man or prophet that came from a woman other than John the Baptist, and then Vocab said, yeah, but Jesus didn't, and I was like, oh, dude, you're thinking Jesus God, even though Jesus in the flesh came from a woman. And that's when I realized, I was like, oh shit, his theology is fucking one circle, because he actually disregarded that Jesus in the flesh came from a woman to say he's God. And that's when I realized, oh man, we're really talking past each other. Significant.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's why
he was definitely purposely.
He was doing it on purpose too, though.
About Trinitarians is that their theology is circular, where from my understanding, if we're talking about a beginning, that's not circular. Now, I know we had this argument last night, Benjamin, but the beginning of a timeline, right? The beginning of all creation starts on X, right? The first day. So if it's circular, if any portion of it becomes circular, except this one factor, which is God, and God is good, and God is justice. He creates the law. Those things you can put into circular, but anything else, which means the virtues, right? The virtues end up circular. Or justice.
I want to answer this quick, what you were saying there about last night, Clay, before Shaman goes, because I want him to hear this. I think time actually functions more like a slinky than in a linear line.
Yeah, you know,
serpentine motion is the real rule of everything.
Yeah, so this is part of why, and I think actually the 306, the reason that time doesn't work out to an even number is because I think there's actually a slight tick. That's why it goes up, and it just keeps doing that. But that's also why different eras match the era previously, and you can basically overlay it. And even though it's not exactly the same characters, you're like, why is the same shit happening? Like 1920s, we had the Spanish flu, we had the fucking Great Depression, we had all these other kind of things. 2020, we got COVID, we've got the fucking, we're in a Great Depression right now. No matter what they want to try and feed us, we're in a depression. They've just figured out how to put the poor people into the depression instead of the rich people.
I wrote these things too. Era, eon, generation. These are not completely circular. Epoch, right? These are not completely circular.
The Hindus have a 26. The Hindus have a 26,000 year fucking record of processions, and it's crazy. But and a lot of, but in Matthew 11:11, when it says, "I tell you, amongst those born of a woman, none risen greater than John the Baptist," and he said, "Yeah," and I go, "That's what Jesus said about John the Baptist," and he's like, "Yes, but that says born of a woman," and I'm like, "Yeah," and I was like, Jesus wasn't born of a woman, and I was like, "Oh, this guy," you know. So there was a lot of those moments where it didn't make, he'd make a claim, and then I'd bring it up. And then he'd be like, and he would, he would swim out of it from his perspective. But again, the problem that you have is two parts. Anyone who's a Christian apologist, Trinitarian, will look and say, "Oh, this guy's slam dunking because he's mentioned in Luke to confirm this." But anyone who's not is going to obviously side with me, because as soon as I bring up anything that pertains to hearsay, that's fucking done, right? Now, I wasn't trying to make it that type of thing. I wanted to get into the text and into the context.
Right.
And then only when we're referring to something Jesus said affirming the law, would I bring up the law.
That's what I was looking for. I agree with you. It was
Jewish slam dunk him the whole time.
Yeah, you were trying to get into it, yes. And he was actually referring in a cycle to those.
Yeah, he would go well, even Peter said, and it's like, what did Peter say? Oh, 2 Peter, which I'm not so familiar with. And then he's going, and then Luke said this, and boom, and then he would tie it into something in Genesis, and I'm like, hold on. And by the time I tracked it, I did not grant you that. So in his apologist format, he has the A-B, he's making the connections, right? But again, I'm not granting that. So you have to tell me why I should grant that in fact, what Luke said about this specific subject that Paul said, for example, 500 people, he goes over 500 people. And I said, according to what? And he says, so many sources. And I go, name one source other than Paul that said over 500 people saw it. Then he moved the goalpost to many people. Mary saw the risen Christ. I said, I didn't say anything against Jesus resurrecting and people saw. I said the incident where 500 people saw it. I'm not saying that Jesus didn't even resurrect. I granted that already. I didn't say Jesus didn't resurrect ever. I never one time did not give him the title of Christ, the resurrected Jesus is Christ. I never did. And that could have been the whole argument. I was saying specific statements that Paul makes is only affirmed by Paul And in those instances of when it happened,
I wish we could have had the gauntlet, brother, because that's where
I know. I that's why I'm still here.
You got to
man.
get some sleep, you know.
Thank God Balderson mentioned, because I was like, Clay's mad at me for what? And he's like, Clay just didn't get his piss and vinegar out.
One, because of what Ben said, and it's the time factor, right? I'm 41 now. I'm old. I'm like, all right, I either want to talk about it or something, whatever. You know, that's something else. You know, it's like, what are we doing here, right? And that sort of thing. But no,
Clay, don't call us old, man. I'm only a year older than you. I'm not old,
dude. I'm a fucking old guy.
40's the new 20.
Sure. If you feel that.
Didn't Jay-Z say that? We need Jay-Z to make 30s the new 20 now.
I will admit, I enjoyed my 40s the most.
Really?
I'm 33 and I feel old as fuck. All right, so fuck off.
Better get a grip
keep
on
smoking them cigarettes, bud.
5 and 6. I would.
I done left my 40s behind, but I did enjoy them. They were a fucking gas.
You know, I told you guys I had a concussion going off the big jump. When I had that concussion, I lost a lot of childhood memory. But one of the things is I did not lose like 5 and 6 years old. That actually came back.
Wait, what kind of jump did you do?
Snowboarding.
Oh, all right.
I've had 6 concussions medically. I've had 6 hospitalized concussions, and I've had 2 comas.
But it did do something for me because it drove me to want to be more theologically, philosophically minded. Because at that point you realize, you know, the past, I can't even fucking get it back, much less care about it, right? So I might as well just kind of figure out how to live, you know, in that portion.
Well, that's why I like joining these panels with you guys, because of the discussions. It's like real discussions, not, you know, I don't know how to really put it into words. It's
imagine Balderson, Adam. Imagine Balderson. Balderson doesn't believe any of the Abrahamic faiths, 0, right? Yeah. But he knows a lot about all of them, and he sits here and he joins into the conversation because he's able, as an Odinist, to look at it from a philosophical perspective and draw consecutive truths through time beyond his specific belief. And the second we're able to do that, we are fucking independent thinkers, right? And we're able to, and look, Rocky, not a single one of us hold the same eschatology belief systems of him. but he's here with us.
I agree.
Because it's just a matter of, and Clay and
I'm a little bit, I'll give him a little bit. You don't get much more than this motherfucker. Okay. He does hold his own real philosophy on this shit.
He definitely knows.
That's all you get, Rocky. That's all you get.
Well, see, that's why the last time I asked Mr. Balderson about his religion and stuff, because that's why I asked Clay, is it wrong to have an open mind? Because I enjoy learning about other cultures and their beliefs. I mean, I have my belief, doesn't mean I don't want to learn.
Yeah, Asvarun was a blast last night. That was so fun.
Well, when I
love what Spin was on point with his questions, asking Asvarun about his views.
Someone just wrote.
Spin. The problem is, as Christians, they are. The thing is they look down on other things. So when they do the questions, they do it real shittily, and then they act like they didn't do anything. And it's because they think so lowly of those things, and that they're so far above them that they can just talk like that. And that's just not how that works.
But we
all
yeah.
I have to say that can't be all Christians, because I don't feel that way about anyone else's
Clay
belief.
does that at all. Actually, Clay is one of the most genuine. When you're talking to him, he actually, and that's part of why I have no problem with Clay not recognizing that, because Clay doesn't exhibit that, but doesn't understand that most Christians do.
I kind of don't. Yeah, you're right.
hey, real quick, someone put in.
I don't recognize it when they do it.
Hey, someone put in a super chat. It says, someone put in the super chat and says, as a Christian, how do you justify using curses? And someone before they wrote disgusting, foul language. Well, let me tell you on behalf, I'm not a Christian, so I don't, but on behalf
and neither am I, Svetka. I love your name. I love your name.
Well, first of all, Sveka Privyet Kagdala, and let me say, on behalf of my Christian brother Clay and Rocky, a curse is an invocation of harm and misfortune upon a person or a thing, right? A conscious thing. So if we were saying a curse at somebody or a conscious being that existed even in the past, like Paul or someone in the now, that's a curse. But using a word that we call a curse word of the fucking table is irrelevant because that thing is not now nor ever was conscious in the form of life. So it doesn't make a difference if I say bitch ass television.
Have you ever seen two rocks fuck?
Yeah, although I can say it is rude, but I'm a product of Middle Eastern immigration and New York, all right? So and DC. So I turn it down 90% and I use 10% of it. But I would say that actually to be able to throw cursing in the middle of a meditation or a biblical discussion shows great mastery of the English language and how to control a crowd. Because if you're able to talk about divine will and throw the word fuck in the middle of the statement and no one flinches except for maybe one person, then you've done it.
Right.
Yeah, you shouldn't. You're working on me.
Yeah, we have our group is very diverse. This is part of why we have interesting discussions. And only part of us are Christians. Omar's not a Christian at all. I'm not a Christian at all. Rocky's an actual prophet. Clay is a Christian.
Rocky is a prophet, though. That's the thing.
Tell us the future, Rocky.
Well, when I first got in here, I thought you were talking about John because everybody seems to think he was too much like Plato or something.
Rocky, I was actually wanting to ask him about John. Of course, I didn't because the conversation revolves around Paul and the difficulty of connecting.
Oh, that's an interesting question. Do you see that, Omar?
I do. Paul, Joseph Smith, and Muhammad all had contracting divine encounters from the same God, ? I would say that's the interesting part because you could even just say Moses and Abraham. Abraham specifically spoke to an Elohim named El Shaddai. And when he was walking and saw Melchizedek, that you would know as Melchizedek, he says, there are you, lo and behold, there you are. You have seen El Elyon, as I have, meaning the one true God, El Elyon. And El Elyon was also an understood name, although Abraham would not have known that. And then later, you have Moses speaking to God in the burning bush and says, I am Yahweh. By the way, I revealed myself to Abraham, your forefather, whom you've never heard of, but I told him a different name, and now this is my real name. Then you fast forward to Muhammad, and Muhammad is speaking to Gabriel, the archangel Gabriel, of which he's speaking again to the same God from the same Abraham to the same Garden of Eden. Joseph Smith as well. So, I have my own opinion of that. But yes, ultimately, I would say that Muhammad. Well, first of all the Jews would say that Muhammad is speaking of the same God of Abraham, right? That's confirmed. Then all the Muslims are saying they're speaking of the same God whom Jesus spoke about, the Father, and who the Jews spoke about. And the Jews and the Muslims would both say, no, the Christians are not talking about the same thing because to them, God is the Trinity, includes a human, and God is one, not three. And so there's the dichotomy between the three Abrahamic faiths.
So of all of the prophets, right, did Hosea receive divine prophecy from Yahweh?
That's not how I read it.
Sure, but if you look at Hosea 23:2, Hosea said, God is not a man, should he change his mind?
Joel.
I'm just curious why.
Amos, Obadiah.
Who's Joel?
Joel was one of the minor prophets. Amos, Obadiah. I'm fixing to go through all of them that supposedly these specific ones received it, and there was the divine name.
Oh, Joel.
Joel. Yeah. Joel.
Yeah. Sorry.
Say it in English, Joel. Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. Also King David, also Samuel, Daniel, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, Isaiah,
King Solomon,
John the Baptist,
Ishmael, Hagar,
Jesus himself,
Hagar,
John,
Ishmael.
Revelator. So all of these people, all of them.
No, not Ishmael. Not
Ishmael. Oh, really? Ishmael didn't talk to God, angel of the Lord? Really?
Ishmael.
Oh, really? In the Hebrew Bible, Ishmael is not mentioned speaking to the angel of the Lord.
Moses.
Okay. You mean the Aramaic side? The Aramaic side.
No, God. Okay, God came when Hagar was pregnant, and she wanted to leave and left. God sent the angel Lord to tell her to go back, right? And then after, when they were sent away,
God told her. She didn't prophesy. God told her that
Clay's not talking about prophets. Clay's talking about divination. Hold on, Clay, you're muted, bro. Clay, you're muted. Yeah, you're mentioning all the prophets that spoke to God direct, right? All the people mentioned that talked to God.
God speaking to someone is different than God. Someone saying what God told him. And then
I thought, okay, I'm sorry, Rocky. I thought he was mentioning, no, but he gave a long list, and I thought he was naming across all of them that spoke to God in reference to the question the person posed.
They all used the name Yahweh. All of those specific people used the name Yahweh.
Let's see. No.
Okay, which ones?
Okay.
So I went through them: Moses, Isaiah, Jeremiah.
Daniel.
Those aren't. So you got the major prophets, right? Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, right? And then you've also got Daniel, which he is technically a prophet, but he also was Daniel too, right? He was the captive Daniel. So, but then you've got the minor prophets, and I'll go through them a little slower this time: Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, Micah, Nahum.
Those are arrows. You don't have to name them. Those you can look at them in, as you said, major and minor. Perfect. Those are eras of prophets in time periods. Okay, I can explain in two parts. The first part is that Yahweh was known before Moses, and he was a Elohim that was talked about in the lands of Moab and Midian. Okay, so before Yahweh became the God of the land we call Israel, there was a land of Canaan. And the practice of Yahweh as the specific worship of Elohim as their singular God was called Yahwism. Okay, and so when Yahwism became the worship of the land of Israel is a time period. So of course every prophet in that time period and after referred to Yahweh, although they did mention Adonai, and they mentioned a lot of other. I think Hosea called God his husband, which is issue.
What was his name? Wisdom.
No. That's a nice Bob Marley style.
What'd you call him?
Yahwism. It's the worship of Yahweh. Yahwism, yeah. And so of course after they use Adonai and they use Elohim, and yes, I agree with you. They're referring to Yahweh when they say Adonai, and so on. But they use names that they would attribute that. But
Omar, can I ask you a quick question before you go? Do you give any credence to like the stories of the Anunnaki or any of that?
Yes, fully.
Can I ask why? I mean, I'm not. I don't know how to ask.
The same way that I give respect to these books, I give the same respect to all of the writings that we have of the past. And it's very, very hard. I'm sure Balderson concurs with this. It's appeal to the Odin authority, but it's very hard to argue that when you have forget about papyruses, when you have clay tablets that they're putting cuneiform in and then firing it in a kiln and storing it under the earth. Just in 2 excavations of modern day Mesopotamia, modern day Iraq, in Sumeria, we have over 250,000 tablets of these Sumerians dating back to 3,500 BC. So thousands and thousands of years before, right? And in there, They have the most intricate information. They have, for example, the Sumerian Kings list, right? This is some crazy shit. In the Kings list, it mentions, in the Kings list, it dates back to the first of the Anunnaki when they created man and began their rule on Earth. And that starts off 126,000 years from this time period.
I know about that part.
It's fucking crazy. And so, whereas you could say this is their mythology, that's fine. But if you look at when the first king that ruled for like 32,000 years and then 10,000 years and so on, and then you go to Adam living 968 years from the first when they bred with the gods, and then Noah and Abraham 323, and you see that time period go down, and you look at it in context, kind of hard to throw everything out as bullshit. And the Sumerians, when you see the Baghdad battery and you see a lot of this technology, it only makes sense when you look at Enoch and Simyaz and the Watchers coming down and giving technology post-flood. So I believe there was a return, or they never left, of someone that could be called the Watchers or the Anunnaki. And by the way, the Anunnaki breeding with the daughters of men called the Nephilim, that's in the Bible, and that's also in the Sumerian stories. So it's really hard for me as just a person that's seeking to disregard the most in-depth context of information we have from Mesopotamia, where, by the way, the Babylonian exile occurred, where all this story of the floods and everything came from before that they write later, these Hebrew people write this context of these stories of all the floods and everything during their exile in the Babylon, which is Mesopotamia. And there's, and because we don't even have any historical evidence of King Solomon, King David. There's no king. Where's King David? You have Greek writers that wrote about the whole fucking world, and somehow this magical kingdom in the time of Solomon was not ever mentioned.
So I have a question for you, Omar. So let's grant that Yahweh was worshipped by the Moabites and the Midianites and all these people groups. Let's grant that. Hey,
well, you know why? Oh, you know why you can grant that? Because in the modern day Wadi Musa, Valley of Moses, which is in Jordan, which was Moab, that's where he met Yahweh. That's where he met Yahweh.
Look, I'll grant it. 100%. I'll grant it. Let's say that these people knew who Yahweh was, and I grant you that they worshipped him. No problem. What does that have to do with the covenant?
Nothing. What do you mean?
Exactly. Right.
Nothing.
So it's the God of the Israelites,
sure,
but also these other people over here worshipped the true God.
They worship different Elohim.
The creator of all things. Why is that a problem?
Okay, let me answer your question. Because when we dive into the historical evidence of the land of Canaan, of the Semitic peoples, in the lands of Ugarit, which is modern day Syria, which wrote and spoke in Ugaritic, which was is as old as Aramaic, which was before Hebrew. How old is what?
14.
Okay, the text that I am referring to of the Ugaritic. So no, Hebrew is not 125,000 years old. You're talking about Sumerian King's list. That's called Cuneiform. That's not in. That's not.
When you first started this rant,
that is not the same grant. That is called Sumeria. That's Cuneiform. Sumeria is over here. We're now over here, buddy. We're over here. He's talking about Israel, not Mesopotamia. They're different people. Different languages.
Question, and you interrupted with some bullshit. Okay,
they're completely different people and different languages. We are not.
Nobody cares how old they are, Rocky. He's answering my question.
We're not talking about.
But nobody answers.
No, it's like he blacks out. It's like he blacks out and then comes back and thinks we're over there.
Rocky, my question was about the Anunnaki, who had kings that lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Totally different religion and belief.
Different language, different writing, different people.
No evidence of any writing.
What he just told you. There's.
What does it matter how old these people are?
3,500 BC.
That's not
3,500 BC.
Bro, it doesn't matter how old it is. If God created all of the universe and people are worshiping him, what does it matter?
Hey,
where
Clay,
they
the
got
interesting
information
Clay, easily,
from?
by the way, there could easily have been a first flood before the first flood, and that could all be true. There could have been people, a flood, and then a rebirth 6,000 years, for example. It doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm agreeing with you.
The Yahweh, right?
Yes,
Yahweh,
can I answer that question?
All things.
Yes, can we go back to that? Because I think
that was
thank
better.
you. Okay, so
you're talking about
we're not
They dragged you off on a side point, brother.
So in the land,
we're going back to Israel.
In the land of Canaan, with the Semitic peoples, which goes from Lebanon all the way down to Egypt and over to Jordan. Okay, not Mesopotamia, right?
Desert places.
Some of it was deserts, the Arabian deserts of the Jinn. Okay, we have the oldest writings we have, the oldest actual writings we have ever in those areas, right? In the any Semitic language.
So funny.
Is called the Ugaritic text, right? So the Ugaritic texts were Ras Shamra, right, which is in modern day Syria. They were called the Ugarites, right? Now they wrote in Phoenician texts. They're Semites, right? Now these people wrote a lot of stuff. We found a lot of shit from there, and the oldest writings go from between, they don't know exactly, but it's 1200 to 1500 BC, which is the time of Moses. Which is amazing. Okay. Now, a couple good things for people who believe this religion to be true. In there's exact references to what we call Deuteronomy 28, Deuteronomy 18. There's a lot of that stuff in there that the God says and so on, right? Which is interesting for people who want to believe this all to be true. But there's also very specific differences in talking about the word God and gods, plural, and which ones are which ones. And so the Ugaritic texts specifically talk about a pantheon. I'm winding it up. In this pantheon, similar to the Hebrew word that I said called simsum, which is a constriction, right? Which means El is the unmanifest. And through the creation where God wanted to create to see himself, he created the formation of El Elyon, which would be the Most High. In Hebrew means God the Most High. El Elyon, which is sometimes translated into commander, meaning that the manifestation of El's command, right? That's what the Jews would say, right? So when God said, speak and let there, that's El Elyon, the formation of El Elyon. God, El, Most High, command. And from command of creation came the breakthrough of the firmament, and there the Elohim came. Elohim such as Yahweh, Baal, Asherah, Astaroth, all Dagon, all of these Elohim from the Arabian deserts. Yahweh was one of them. One last thing. The interesting part is that in the translation, because when it says in the Hebrew Bible, post-flood, there were 70 Elohim given 70 nations and 70 pieces of land, and to God he gave his people Israel, right? And meaning his people and Israel, the people Israel and the land. But in the Ugaritics, it mentions that Yahweh was given a people without a land. So it's interesting because he was a lesser Elohim, and to the smaller tribes of Semites, he was given this lesser Elohim, similar to how there's Zeus and the gods of Mount Olympus, but there are the Titans. So the Titans were given people and land, and the gods were given people without a land. So, and that's why they had to come and take the land with war.
Usually authority, right? When you're essentially creating or trying to derive an understanding from authority, there's a purpose behind that, right? Now, what you're stating is that the purpose behind the understanding or the writing of this understanding is to understand that there are gods. But like understanding that there are gods doesn't do me any good. Like there's got to be more than just, oh, well, they wanted to tell you what the pantheon was. Like what's the purpose of knowing the pantheon?
Okay, so I didn't answer your question fully. So what I would say to answer the question fully is that Whereas the what we now call Jews, which were the Israelite people with the covenant with Yahweh and the land of Israel, they would say that that is their God and the only true God and the creator and master of the universe. I'm saying that in the times even before Moses came, they were understood that El is the creator and master of the universe, and the Elohim were the rulers on the earth, similar to the Anunnaki. I don't know. That's the mystery. Were they
there's no mystery. I can tell you. I can actually tell you. Okay.
Please.
Now you've got the Ugaritic text, which doesn't tell you, but I've got the Israelites text, which is the law of Moses. It's the law. The law is the purpose. If you don't have law, if you don't have justice, there is no purpose in this text. This is what I'm trying to get across to you. And no offense, but your pantheon of God, your gods that you're explaining, Yahweh has no purpose in this. The Most High has no purpose in this.
Yahweh is not the Most High, according to all the Semitic peoples, Clay. That's my point.
Yeah, but that's my point too. If it is the case that these other people knew about this God, gave him worship, to what end?
That is the most epic joint hit I've ever seen there, Rocky.
Clay, what I'm saying is that Yahweh was not considered to be the Most High by anyone other than.
Would that be the Ancient of Days?
Who's the unknown God?
There's a different wording for Ancient of
Days. Guys,
let me rephrase.
Go down the search and just look up Ugaritic text and the connection to Deuteronomy 32:8.
Let me rephrase it.
Okay.
Let me rephrase it like this. Okay. If I'm going to give worship, right, a full devotion, I would even bend knee to anything, any being, any creature in the universe, or else creator. I meant creator or creature. I would want to know that doing so fulfills a purpose, because I'm not going to just bend a knee to no fucking body. You know what I'm saying? Like, as a man, as a grown ass fucking man, and you're going to tell me, oh, it's just because they wanted you to know. No, it's because there's consequences. That's the law, justice. You know who had that? The Israelites, who later became the faith of Christianity. But that has to be the case. Yeah, but Clay, that has to be the case, because if it's in the case of what I'm saying, which I'm pointing out historical reference of all the Semitic peoples of the lands of the time in which we're discussing, then you have the dichotomy to balance between, are the Israelite people who worship Yahweh as the creator of the universe correct? Or is it possible that everyone else of the Semites of the time period are correct, and he was simply a singular Elohim who happened to weaponize and take over the land and exterminate all of the other Elohim? So there's only one Elohim, which later tracks through the rest of it. And
just like the Jews appropriated the entire religion of the Israelites, where now the Jews are only Judean. And all of the other Semitic tribes, the other 10 tribes of Jacob no longer exist.
But you're attributing now what the Israelites men are doing to a god.
An Elohim.
A god, right. So if a god did this, then also because these men did this, then definitely the god did this. No, he's a god.
Okay, this is
how gods work, right? So this is why
I understand.
Gods
I understand.
die.
I understand.
This is why fake gods don't live.
I got you. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that the other people were worshiping and calling things gods, but those weren't actually gods. And there's only one God, is what you're saying.
Creator God.
Okay, here's the problem. When you dive Rocky, hold on a second, dude. I can't go sidetrack.
Pick up some dirt.
When you go through Genesis, Paul, we're not talking about Paul. When you go through Genesis chapter 3, verse 22, when Elohim says, the man has become like one of us. Genesis 11:7, when the heavenly beings deliberate and say, come, let us go down and confuse their language. Okay, in all of Genesis, the Elohim are deliberating amongst themselves. more than
Shout
one.
out to the
They are
demo.
speaking to each other. That's the problem, Clay.
So
without that, you're right.
Just 1 second, Clay, with your question. You want to respond to the dono there, Shaman?
Daniel was a peer of Magi in Babylon. His dreams helped them find Jesus. Omar has useful things to learn from, more useful than gauntlet pickering. Daniel, I mean, look, the thing is,
I do run a little tight. I do, I got, well, you can't expect Sarah to have as strict a hand as I do, but she's unleashing me a little bit more. We're tightening that ship up and trying to get some better, awesome conversations like this. This would have happened on the gauntlet, but
no, it wouldn't have.
Not covered Sarah's time, so
it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened. No, but here's the thing: it wouldn't have happened the way it's happening now. The thing is that's why Balderson, we gotta do our philosophical and
Saturday
because
thing,
because remember last time we did that, guys, we were able to dive through
beautiful.
Yeah, and it's different because it's not a debate; it's a conversation.
Yes, sir.
Raging Tomato is a series of debate degrees. A one-on-one structured debate, an open panel structured open panel, which is an inquiry,
Q&A.
and then the gauntlet, which is a fucking full-blown, which I love all of that.
Whole nother channel.
It's a different subject matter because I would never be able to mention fucking 30 seconds in the gauntlet. No one has 30 seconds in the gauntlet.
No.
Seconds
Well,
max.
I'm very patient. I've been waiting to ask you a question.
Yeah, but Clay, do you get my point?
Wow.
With all the Genesis, last thing, with all the Genesis references, the Elohim, it's not God talking to himself. The Elohim are deliberating amongst themselves and making decisions collectively.
I can see how you can believe that. I don't believe that it's all gods, though, like in that sense.
Then who are they talking to?
So they're gods. The gods as in man's understanding of what gods are.
Elohim. Yeah. The Elohim from the Semitic Elohim that all the Semitic people talked about, different ones. Yeah, they're all talking. They're all they're the sons of El, dude. In Deuteronomy 30, the sons of El. That's the problem.
Omar,
Jody,
just speak Genesis. Genesis is the gods.
Please.
Let us confuse our language so we could. Who's us?
Let Jody ask his question, please. He has waited patiently.
Oh, the apostle. Oh shit, it's Jody. I didn't. It said apostle Jody.
Jody like a melody.
Do you ever think that there's peace between Jews and Muslims at all?
Could there be, or has there been? What do you mean?
It's been 1,000-year war, and
3,000.
it seems like it's never going to end. Do you think that there's gonna be peace at all?
Sure, I think.
And if so, how could we reach a resolution?
So what we see today, what we as Americans especially are being shown today, and what
not
the West
not as an American, not as
I'm saying
person.
No, I'm saying what we're seeing is a different understanding than what the Jews themselves and the Muslims themselves and amongst themselves understand their problems and their likeness to be. I'm saying that, for example, if we want to look at historical, the Muslims ruled Spain for 800 years. During that 800 years,
I'm not asking about.
Would you like me to answer your question or not answer your question?
I don't need historical.
Are there any globe cards?
So if you ask me, will there ever be peace? I'm saying there was for fucking 800 years in a specific place in recent history. What I'm saying is that when I'm trying to answer your question. So would you like me to answer?
I wasn't rude to you.
I'm not being rude. You're interrupting me twice while I'm trying to answer your question.
I apologize.
No, you don't need to apologize. Let me answer your question. What I'm trying to say is that if I'm in a room, let's say I'm with a Jewish rabbi, right? Proper Jew rabbi. And here's a proper Muslim scholar imam. I'm trying to tell you that the arguments that we think they have, they don't have. I'm saying that
this is exactly what I was thinking.
Theologically, They accept more than you can imagine from the perspective that a Jew is allowed to go to any mosque in the world and pray. Guess what the Jews are not allowed to do? They're not allowed to go into a church. It's sin to go in a church. A Muslim can go into a synagogue, but a Muslim's not allowed to go into your church. So they are in alignment more than you can imagine to this perspective that the prophet, first prophet of Islam, Ishmael, and the first prophet, what they say, Judaism, Isaac, when Abraham died, they came together and buried their father. Guess what they don't do? They don't agree with the Christians, specifically Trinitarians. So in 800 years in Spain, the Muslims ruled it, and the Jews created all their Kabbalistic shit, all their mysticism, all their Maimonides, and all of the biggest works in the last 1,000 years in Judaism were influenced by the Sufi mystics. So the Jews and the Muslims went together. They were coming up with all this shit. And guess what? They were all expelled when the Christians took it back over. So I would say the Jews and the Muslims aren't a problem because with each other, I would say that both of them have a distinct problem with Trinitarian Christians who believe Jesus is God. I would say each individually, Jews have a problem with these Christians and Muslims have a problem with these Christians, but Jews and Muslims don't have anywhere a problem that we think they do. Trust me on that.
Then why can't they just unite and get along?
Because right now they're fighting over the Holy Land. That's a very different thing. They're fighting
Holy land.
They're fighting over a piece of land.
Is that the Holy Land over there, bro?
The Holy Land's America, Rocky. Tell us the Holy Land's America, Rocky. Tell us what the Holy Land is. Watch. Where's the Holy Land?
Lunatic, libertarian. Hail the All-Father. And the guy that was asking about Tyr, I do not follow Tyr. I realize he was the head of the Pantheon at one point in time, but I'm a follower of Odin. Tyr, I think, is the god of honor and dishonor. I know that there was a lot of honor and protection in offering his arm to Fenrir, but that's because they were getting ready to be traitors to Fenrir because Fenrir hadn't actually done anything. You can't defensively attack. And so out of fear of him, he betrayed him, even though he was his best friend. So that's also a lesson in betrayal and lack of honor. So he's both sides of the coin. And Odin is the only one that took in everything, the both sides of everything, and mastered all of it.
Right. I was thinking about the Trinity.
Omar, I respect the fuck out of you. I never meant any disrespect. I
promise. I didn't take it. I'm literally just like tired, but I'm having a great time with you guys. So it's nothing personal, Jody. I promise you. Look, if you just look at the entire history of the Jews and the Muslims, they've never had even only time they had a war was one time. They had 2 battles against Muhammad one time. They've never had a problem. They all have. Each of them have a problem with the Christians. Every battle, Jews all over Europe had problems. Why? Christian Europe. Muslims had a problem with the battle of the Holy Land. Why? Christians and Crusades. Take the Holy Land from who? The Muslims and the Jews. It's all about that piece of land that the Holy Land, and the Jews and Muslims never had any beefs. Still don't. I'm telling you. The Rothschilds manipulated the situation because when you saw the
Trinity, you have a problem with the Trinity.
No,
Can he finish answering the man's question? I'm all like engrossed in what he's saying. I
don't recognize
the damn Trinity.
I have a debate.
Son, Holy Spirit, one God.
Yeah, that's not one. That's 3
people. That's one God.
No, okay. And where's the Father?
Okay, I want to ask you a question.
Where's the Father?
Are you your body, or are you your body, soul, and spirit?
Rocky.
Spirit. You're a 3-part entity.
Where does the mind fit into that, Rocky?
Jesus is the bodily form of God.
Okay.
The Father,
what about the fourth part?
The soul, and the Spirit is the life.
Where's the mind?
3.
Exactly.
Okay,
yes, I agree. Yes, I agree. I am those 3.
Body,
I am
soul,
those 3. I am those three. I am those three.
Yes,
I am those three, Rocky. Yes. And what about the consciousness of the mind?
A book has 3 pages.
Yeah,
it's
but it's
still
one book, right? But it's one book, right?
Yeah. And, and you are a body, soul, and spirit, but you're only one person.
Okay. And what are these 3 things called?
It only had 3 pages. Wouldn't it be more of a pamphlet?
Are these called persons?
I can't even comprehend.
Maybe I can comprehend.
The Trinity.
Disney World already?
You're like, the Trinity.
No, you actually have to do the opposite. You have to not count to accept the Trinity. You have to go Father, one Son, and one Holy Spirit equals 1. Yeah, okay.
What are those things called that you got to pay for to get into heaven?
Hey, by the way, let me ask you a question regarding the Trinity. Is the Holy Spirit independent consciousness? Does the Holy Spirit have its own will?
That's not.
They're all one, you idiot.
Oh, so they're not 3 persons?
When Jesus said he was talking to the Father, he was talking to himself.
Oh, was he talking to himself?
He's the incarnation, the bodily form of God in the flesh, and he talks to. Do you talk to yourself?
Okay, that is a new Trinitarian.
Don't you think first before you?
They say there's 45,000 variations of Christianity. Now there's 45,000. Now we have. I'm so retarded, bro. I'm so dumb. It's amazing. Fuck. Yo, I got a Trinitarian debate coming up here next week. So you fucking join that fucking.
So I wanted to go into what you were asking me.
Tell me, is the Holy Spirit male or female?
Can you comprehend God?
I'm asking you, is God a man or a woman? Is God masculine or feminine?
Can't comprehend God.
Brother, I can show you God.
Sometimes given
I can
a feminine
show you
God.
Omar, that's a very woke question.
It's called ayahuasca.
Like God
choke someone half to death and then release them. You'll find God easily. These are all techniques Paul is using. And the other fucking Merkaba mystics are choking themselves.
Okay, Rocky.
Trying to get visions.
I got you, Rocky. Perfect.
That's why they don't like women. That's why they don't like women. They were doing all sorts of crazy.
To be honest, I don't think God. I don't think God has a gender.
Actually, I got
me too. I agree, but they would say God. They say God the Father male.
What the fuck?
They say God. Then they say God the Son male, and then they say the Holy Spirit male. Here's the problem: the Holy Spirit comes from the Hebrew word ruach, which is a feminine. So Paul made it masculine. You know why? Because Paul was a Greek. Because Paul understood Platonic thought process, and the pneuma is neutral. So he made the Holy Spirit masculine. So he invented the fucking Trinity. There is no masculine Holy Spirit. There is the fucking Trinity.
I don't know if it was Paul who invented it. I think
no, he invented Holy. He said Holy. No, he said Holy Spirit.
Can I please read this super chat?
So God created transgenders? Is that what you're saying?
Okay. No, the Jews would say that in the Talmud. That's Talmud.
So, how do you feel about delegated authority?
It's a way to speak. It's just it's a way.
Read the super chat, Rocky. If you're gonna talk, read the super chat. It's to you.
Grasping at an imaginary tap proves nothing, Rocky. Can Omar and Ben continue? Sure. I like to just get a point in that wisdom is sometimes put in the feminine form. And yes, sometimes, but it doesn't really mean that the spirit is the power of God, the thing that moves.
Yeah, it's called
ruach. It's the spirit. God is spirit.
Because women never forget the past.
If you guys are globetards.
Balderson pulling out Monier.
Okay, so how do you feel about delegated authority, Omar?
Well, where did you pull that terminology, like some authoritative statement?
No, I'm asking you. How do you feel?
Where do you, delegated authority, like saying gravity? Where is delegated authority? What does this mean? Where is that?
Do you think that it's a wise proposition to delegate authority?
In what context?
You
can't just be like, what do you think of supercalifragilistic? What delegated authority?
Okay, how do you think?
I think the sound of it is something quite atrocious. But if you say it loud enough, you'll always sound precocious.
That's where I was going. I'm glad you picked up on that.
Okay, how do you feel about the taste of banana?
Like a son should obey
Like
his
bananas?
father.
How about apples? Do you like apples? Do you like nuts? I mean, seriously, no, in all seriousness, is water wet? Yeah, we could do that.
You're asking Rocky, right?
No, I'm being smart ass to you because when I asked my question, you avoided the question.
I don't know. No. I didn't avoid the question. You said, how do you feel about delegated authority? What?
Yeah, this is simple.
What do you mean delegated authority? In what context on earth are you speaking?
Do you believe that authority can be delegated?
Do I believe authority can be delegated?
Rocky did that.
Can I give my son permission to sign my paper? Or can I give a lawyer?
Power of attorney is a good example.
Do I believe in it? Why do I need to believe in power of authority?
Yeah. Do you believe in authority at all?
By definition, yes. I believe in the word authority.
I need to form a baseline. You know, like what I did.
Yeah,
before.
you need to understand.
I need to make sure that we're on the same page. I need to make sure we're on the same page.
Let me define it for Omar.
Like
Omar's not too bright.
So if I don't make sure that we're on the same
Omar's
page.
not too bright. I can
explain. I know what he's trying to infer, but I'm not just I've been granting things to Christians for 7.5 hours. No more granting.
We have a similar baseline. If we don't have a similar baseline, then because authority is very important here.
Clay, I know what you're saying. You're saying, do I accept the fact that God, being all powerful, could delegate authority to a single man? In this case, the Son of Man. In this case, his son. Correct?
Perfect.
Okay, I was just being an asshole.
Yes, you were.
Yeah, because I don't need to grant everything to the Christians. Why the fuck should I continue?
At least he admits it.
It's been 10 hours. Okay.
Yes,
the answer is yes, I can grant delegated authority in that context. But I will say that does not make the son or the one that the authority has been delegated to the one who gives the delegation, the one that possesses the authority.
Why not?
If I grant my son power of attorney, that does not make him me. Done.
It doesn't make him you, but it does give him some type of authority.
It does not make him me. Therefore, it does not make
Jesus. But it
Jesus
does give
God.
him authority.
I granted Jesus the Son of Man. I granted Jesus as the prophet. I granted Jesus as the Messiah. I granted Jesus as the Son of God. I did not grant him as God because he's not God.
This is the whole problem. You have, and I do too, by the way. You have a problem with authority.
No.
Yes.
Clay, real quick, I'm trying to understand. Are you, Clay? Are you saying that Jesus is God incarnate, right?
Yes, that's where he's going.
No, that's not where I'm going.
Oh, come on, Clay.
I'm not.
Don't dance out of it.
I mean, he literally is. He's both God and man.
But I never said.
Come on, Clay. Come on.
I wouldn't say that because that's not what I believe.
Clay,
why would I say?
Clay, you were saying Jesus is God. Falderson.
A few nights ago, where she was like, "Well, it would have been better if you'd have just said this," and I was like, I don't want to lie. It's not what I believe. You know, I don't want to say something I don't believe.
No,
right?
hold on. You don't believe Jesus is God?
And I don't want other people saying that Clay believes that either.
You don't believe Jesus is God?
No.
Oh, then I apologize. I stand corrected. I thought that's what No?
Correct.
Huh?
Jesus is God incarnate. He's God made flesh. The way you
argue sometimes really sounds like you believe Jesus is God, for sure, just to let you know.
Well, that was the whole beginning of the debate. If you take Paul out of it, it takes the divinity out. It takes, the God made flesh. Jesus is still a divine prophet then, but he's not God.
Yes, that's Ebionite. You're an Ebionite.
Delegated authority. Right. I have the authority that God has delegated to me.
Okay, let me grant you. Let me give you a proper grant. Okay, let me do this. According to the Torah and the later prophets in the Tanakh, which makes up the Hebrew Bible, and what they said the authority of the Messiah was supposed to be, that I would say that Jesus was granted the authority of the Mashiach, which would be the authority granted and the enforcement of said law. So yes, in that case, I would say that it would be very easy to give Jesus the delegated authority of the God of the Hebrew Bible.
Of the Hebrew Bible. Perfect. That's me. That's what I believe.
Now,
Jesus was
you and I could have a big debate against a couple of Jewish rabbis. This would be fun. Because
Jesus was
that's not what I believe.
I know it's not what you believe. You believe the
no, we know that, dude. You just told me that there's 1 equals 3 because it does. You said 1 plus 1 plus 1 is 1. And you called me an idiot.
Wait, I'm confused, Clay. So what exactly are you saying? What is Jesus to you?
Let's not be mean.
1 plus 1
I'll
3.
answer that as soon as that.
To be fair, Rocky thinks we should own other human beings. So I mean,
that is very true.
1 plus 1 equals 3.
If they steal an apple out of my tree, I own their ass.
1 man, 1 woman, and you have a baby.
He deserves it.
3.
He deserves
1
it.
plus 1 equals 3. You get a man and a woman, and it makes 3, a baby.
Perfect, man.
1 plus 1 equals 3, motherfuckers. But you guys all forgot about that because you guys are all
1 plus 1 does not equal 3.
Actually, Rocky, I did forget because I got 7 fucking kids, so it was 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus
1 plus 1.
Ben's got that seat. Ben's got that seat. That super semen.
Yeah, and I got 8 grandkids already. So Northmen are taking back over, fuckers.
Yeah.
The problem is the Trinitarians. The Trinitarians say
baby.
We're 3 persons. The Trinitarians say 3 persons that equal 1 God, right? So they say the Holy Spirit is 1 person, the Son is 1 person, the God the Father is 1 person, right? And so they say it's personhood, right? And so even if you grant them, because the word person comes from persona, which means one who wears a mask on stage. That's Greek, right? And so even if you grant them that fucking stuff, it still doesn't make sense because, again, to knock down the Trinity, you have to either add 1, consciousness, or subtract 1, Holy Spirit. Because the concept of the Holy Spirit comes, which is deeply written about it as the Ruach. At the beginning, God breathed, right? And that's the Ruach. Now we have the soul and breath, which is called the. This is
what I agree with as well.
Yeah, this is God,
exactly why I'm not fucking religious at all, because it's all just hidden between.
It's actually quite simple. The problem is the argument. You have to get into the weeds with people to try to pull them out of the fucking weeds, or to let them jump on your shoulder to see.
It's all just mystique, and it's all just hidden and. A mysterious way.
I disagree.
It's kind of the idea of faith.
Thinking.
No, faith.
I'm just thinking out loud. I'm thinking out loud.
Faith is way different.
God, don't do that.
Well, let me ask you this, Jody. If you believe in something and you can't fully explain it or prove it, you have to have faith that some of these things were accurate and true. So I'm correct. You were wrong.
Wait, if those triplets are M&Ms, isn't it 6?
Yeah, but there's another way to explain it. So I was trying.
I did have a question for Clay though, because this pertains to our religion. Real quick, hold on, Rocky. I've waited to ask this to Clay because they were doing their thing. Clay, what is Jesus to you exactly?
He is the Son
of
the Father.
1 in 3. Jesus is God.
Rocky, let him answer my question, please.
God in the flesh.
Oh man,
no, you got like 4 things out there.
Hypostatic union.
Rocky is just doing this to everybody.
Hypostatic union is gay.
Anyway, it's
Rocky,
just
like
chill,
you, bro.
Yeah, the Batwing's coming.
Just like you have
stop
body,
showing us your bedroom moves, guy.
Homostasius. Get out of here with the gay language.
You got a human spirit. You got a mind,
bro.
And you got
you're a Homo sapien.
Yeah.
So you Clay, you said you believe Jesus is the Son of Man.
Jesus is not only the Son of Man, but he is also the Son of God.
God's trying to explain himself to you morons
that, Rocky.
in simple terms that you can't even understand.
We can't even understand. You can't get off your little cyclical wheel of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit equals one God. What's so stupid? What's so hard to understand? God, the Son, and the Father, homostasis, the essence, the blessed incarnate, one God equals 3 equals 1.
I'm fucking dead, dude. I'm so dead.
The fuck? I understand what you're saying. It's just retarded.
Yeah,
So I can't.
I love that super chat. That was great.
1 million.
Anyway, back to the Trinity. Here's the fucking problem with what you said, Rocky, and all the
Trinitarians. It's 3, Omar. It's 3.
The problem is the Holy Spirit was written about by Paul, and in the Greek word is the pneuma, right? And the pneuma to the Greeks, which he wrote in Greek, and he was a Greek scholar, is not masculine nor it's feminine, right? It's just this fucking essence. It's a very
Greeks.
It's platonic.
He speaks in their stupid philosophy.
No, he's a fucking Platonist. That's you're missing the point.
And they had a god, mother goddess.
Paul took Platonism and implemented it into what we call Christianity.
No,
that's the problem.
He was just trying to talk to them in the language.
No, he was trying to impress the wealthy Romans. That's why he said no circumcision, because he wanted to be accepted in the fucking bathhouses, in the Greek bathhouses. So he said, no more circumcision. You can be a Christian and not do anything. Throw me your fucking money. Okay.
Circumcision of the heart. Because you don't know what.
Yeah, no women. He goes, pussy, ew, pussy, ew.
You're not
we need to hang out bathhouses with dudes.
You want to keep your foreskin.
Paul wanted to hang out in bathhouses with dudes. They wanted to fuck men. He didn't want to have nothing to do with women.
Hell, you always make things gay. You need to
the Greeks, the Romans and the Greeks got real freaky.
Go look up Paul. Yeah, Paul wrote in Greek for a reason. What Jew writes in Greek?
Hey, wait. Didn't Paul write that it was abominable to lie with men? And lie with men? He did
got a little
How are you not going to let me sit here and defend you?
Paul said, ew, women? No, sir.
No, he actually wrote
a little zesty back in the day.
He said, Paul said he was a booty bandit.
Jesus had women. He had.
I believe it was for the Galatians that it was an abomination.
Let Clay speak. I want to hear Clay about this.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure he wrote. I think it was either to the Galatians or the Corinthians that it was an abomination, men who lie with men. So I don't understand where you think.
Who's the dude? Lindsey Graham thought the same shit, right? Lindsey Graham also thought gay people should be fucking burned alive too, but he seemed pretty gay.
Listen, I liked Lindsey Graham, but he was definitely in the closet. That dude was chilling in there.
Dude, anybody, let me give you an example. Any man, it's real simple.
When I used to drink sweet tea in my grandpa's
Hey, Clay, I'll make it real simple. In my worldview, any man that goes his whole life without women is gay. So you can say, I'm going to join the Catholic Church and not be with women. I'm going to give myself to Christ and not be with women. Catholic Church. It means you're either like boys or gay. Period. No man. Yeah, sure. No man will ever. Yeah, but that'll really work. Yeah, I'm the gayest. I'm so gay, dude. I wish you wait till you wait.
Paul the butt pirate.
Bro, it's real simple.
As opposed to King David, who needed to collect 200 foreskins to go get a wife, and they bite them buggers off.
Super gay.
So that's how they did it.
Wait! They really bit him off,
and then they suck the blood, and then they suck the blood out. Yeah. Then they suck the blood from the wound. It's called bit.
They really. I didn't know that. They really bit the tips.
They didn't use that. It's not.
What are you going to do with 200 foreskins, Clay? What are you going to do with 200 foreskins?
I'll tell you what you do with that Balderson. You trade him in to go get a wife.
Why are you gay?
You trade him in to go get a fucking 5-piece ass.
Yes, is my argument for why Jesus was so important.
Jesus wasn't gay at all.
that he chose.
Jesus is definitely not gay.
right
Okay.
now.
No more
Actually,
circumcision.
that's a really good question, Omar. Do you think that Jesus ever laid with a woman?
Of course, he was a fucking boss, dude. Of course. Of course. Come on, man. If we think for a second that Jesus was not having sex.
In the name of the Father, I bless this pussy.
Bro, first of all, you have look.
That wasn't getting mad.
I got a question.
You have a mental body. Look, you have a mental body, a physical body, a spiritual body, and a sexual body.
Being silly. Since we're being silly.
Omar are lesbians. They can touch tits.
That's true.
Muhammad sleep with the 8-year-old?
That's legit.
Hey, Fourth Wiseman said, "I'm pretty sure I'm a
Clay, I throw the same question to you. Do you think that Christ ever laid with a woman?
No.
What?
That dude was a virgin until the day he died.
No.
What?
Mary?
That's blasphemy.
Mary's a whore, bro.
Listen, Lynn.
Mary got tossed around. Mary was the fucking.
Now we're sitting up here having these debates, right? And I know ain't none of y'all motherfuckers getting up. Okay, maybe Ben did. Maybe Rocky got a little bit back in the day, but y'all motherfuckers ain't getting no pussy up here talking about some fucking religion, right? Exactly. So you're gonna sit here telling me, father of all
Clay, I get plenty of pussy. Don't be questioning my manhood, there, guy. I got pussy laying right next to me, dude.
Jesus walked around telling young men and women.
Yes, I do, dude. Girlfriend's sleeping.
Now you're gonna say, just like Andrew Wilson.
That's why I turned the light off, because I'm not allowed to leave that shit on anymore.
Hold
on, Clay. I don't mean to interrupt you. I don't want you getting all butthurt about me interrupting you. Hold on, Jody. Listen, guy. Listen, Mr. Creeper in the shadows.
And he served his purpose.
You know what's really gay? You know what's really gay, Jody, is taking a shower while you're on camera. That's really gay.
Right?
I'm not going to talk about somebody not getting any fucking punani.
But I'm asking.
Well, the whole thing is the problem is all the Christians are running around praying, but the Odinist, we bring the hammer.
Ooh, I like that. That was a good one.
Why would I be taking a shower? Who said that I'm taking a shower? I put water on my head because it's hot as fuck.
Grand Poobah, you fucked up. It was a bath, not a shower. He was bathing his head. He said, not showering.
No, but in all seriousness, Jesus did not get married. He was a Jew.
I didn't say he got married.
I didn't say he got married. I'm just asking if you thought he got laid.
Just logically concluded,
bro, come on, man.
That according to his religion, if he is spotless and blameless and without, then it would mean
he's that he didn't. Who would blame him for having sex? Why was that wrong?
The definition of not having sex because he never got married.
Why would that? Jesus was the law. He can do whatever the fuck he wants according to everyone.
Bro, he was a Jew.
Bro.
Well, according to him, okay, well, he was a Jew. When are Jews not allowed to have sex?
He had to keep the law.
When they aren't married.
So who said he wasn't married?
To make a joke so bad.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, you guys all like.
We have absolutely no idea if he was or was not married.
No, he was only 33 years old when he went.
I got my first kid at 26 and got married.
People didn't even live past 40 back then.
I've been I've had lots of kids with different women. I have bitches all the time. What are you talking about, dude? Rocky, what are you talking about? He's only 33. 33 people were dying of grandfather.
What the fuck was that?
Oh, they lived a long time. That's that lie they taught you in fucking public school.
That damn public school again.
They didn't live very long.
How many fingers am I holding up? How many fingers am I holding up? Fucking one.
You believe that shit?
Dude,
John Paul and all those
even if they live the exact
they lived in there.
Even if they live the exact same age as we live right now, I would have still got.
You better watch out, Omar. He's gonna send you a 3-page leaflet.
Hey, how many fucking pens, you dumbasses? How many pens, you idiots? Yeah, it's one.
You're gonna die.
Debate's over.
That's why you guys die young, because you guys all die young.
Who dies young?
I'm better shape than all of you punk ass.
We can.
Hey, Rocky,
Mr. Assumption there.
You guys are sitting there. Oh, I'm old. I'm 42. Ha 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 ha. I'm fucking 68, and I'm 68 years young.
Yeah, Rocky. Fuck
you
yeah.
guys are trying out.
Keep going, Rocky. I love
everyone
you,
pitching. Yeah.
Bedroom.
I love you, Rocky.
49 years old, and I can't get a job.
Yeah, well, see, what Rocky doesn't get about me is I worked my whole life, and I've ruined my heart doing it. So, yeah, buddy, I'm feeling old at 42 when I've had a quarter of my heart's a machine, and my leg is it was maimed. So, yeah, I'm feeling pretty fucking old.
What was you working for?
I roofed in landscape for my family. That's what I did.
Wave philosophy in the same night that Rocky tried to convince us
since I was 18
that he convinced us that owning other people was a good thing and that it was biblical and we should do it. On that same night, he told us that the town had gotten together and stopped him from his he had a boys club that he was putting together teaching young men.
Yeah, boys club.
Yeah.
A Bible club.
Let me take their boys home.
And if you take these certain mushrooms, you're guaranteed to get better.
Yeah, that was a little interesting night. Yeah, we were like, we have no idea what you teaching young men.
You guys like to twist shit around in your.
I can totally see Rocky standing outside me. I'm like, hey, I got a popsicle.
You guys are all twisted in your brains. That's all the way you think.
How are we nut jobs? We're talking about what you said, dude.
He's talking about starting.
He doesn't. Jody, Rocky doesn't even know what he said.
A young man's Bible club because I owned a shop of 8.
Real gay.
Rocky, you make up your own Bible passages. I've seen you.
Or in an old building. And
the last time that we
teach them how to do shit and trade for labor. Hey,
the last time I engaged with Rocky, he told me that Jesus said, "Through my flesh will have salvation." When the fuck did Jesus say that? Hey, he says Paul, and I was like,
imagine that.
Oh my god, dude!
Is that like
Jesus said, "Through my flesh will have salvation"? When the fuck did Jesus say that, bro? Imagine. If any man tells you, "Through my flesh you'll have salvation," that's weird and gay. No, Jesus never said that.
Is that like the cowboy mob thing?
Paul said that gay shit. Eat my flesh. Paul.
You got
is that like from taste my blood? Taste my blood. Paul.
You got gay on your brain.
No, Paul had gay on his brain. You're the one eating flesh, dude. You're the one eating meat of man. Hey, do you eat the flesh? Do you eat the flesh? Do you eat the flesh? This guy up here, look at him. Doesn't that guy look gay? He looks gay to me. Open your fucking eyes. Yeah, open your eyes. You're fucking blind motherfucker. Do you eat the flesh?
Look at it.
Do you eat the flesh?
He looks like that monster from Pan's Labyrinth.
Leave Rocky alone.
Rocky, do you eat the flesh and drink the blood for salvation?
Leave Rocky alone. He's just.
Do you eat the flesh? He doesn't want to admit it. Do you eat the flesh?
Look at the two creepers. Look at the two creepers defending each other.
Hey, you eat the fucking flesh. You eat men's flesh, don't you?
Dude, and we know what kind of man flesh the Jews like to put in their mouth.
Paul ain't talking about Paul was talking about the flesh.
You guys put tears in my eyes.
Paul said, Paul, hey, you know the lost apostle Paul.
Literally dying.
Paul wrote about balls on the chin equals ... No one knows what it means.
Dude, I got tears in my eyes. I'm laughing so fucking hard.
Yeah.
He says, if you eat the flesh, you can go to heaven. Yeah, that's convenient. Put dicks in your mouth, you get to go to a special place. Sounds like the fucking Pope. The goddamn Pope and all those Catholic fucking predators got that shit from Paul and said Jesus said so. Fuck him.
Holy shit.
Oh, no wonder we got so many PDFs into Catholicism.
Yeah, look, shit snake. Okay.
Did Jesus ever say anything gay? No.
There is a thing, it's called a shit snake, by the way. I didn't make that up on Sarah's panel. The shit snake is literally a thing in when you're cleaning out your Your toilet is literally called a shit. I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah.
It just crossed my mind.
Oh, a shit snake. Got it. Hey, by the way, this is why people are going to start clipping this conversation and be like, can you imagine? By the way, you see how I'm talking about Paul right now? I didn't go to boot camp like this. You see how I'm going?
Yeah.
I didn't even hit any of this shit. This is my reserve stuff.
No, it was supposed to be
I didn't drop any of this shit on him. I was
he said I pulled out the extra mag.
I was being a fucking gentleman. I didn't drop the fucking bomb on his ass because this is the bomb. Paul's a factor. Paul's a
Rocky, you're toasted, bud. You're toasted, dude.
Yeah.
I know. I almost though.
Dude.
You guys are talking about it still. You still can't stop talking.
Do you accept the flesh as a sacrament? Yes or no?
Sir, if I do eat crackers, I do not call it.
Oh my God.
Why does this cracker have a hole?
Hey, Forrest.
Why does this cracker have a hole in this?
Hey, Forrest said, are you sure that eat the flesh part isn't a reference to the tooth bite circumcision? Probably.
No, I honestly,
man, that blows my mind. I can't believe they really did that.
Jesus used a knife like a fucking boss. Jesus used Jesus used a knife like a boss. Paul used his teeth. Difference.
Jesus.
Wine.
The reason why the Pharisees were trying to kill Jesus is because he had the baddest woman in the whole land next to him at all times and didn't have to marry her. Paul, on the other hand, walked around saying, ew, women, no thank you.
You're telling us Paul,
and Luke's running around like this. Luke's like, Paul, what'd you say? Yes. Fucking goddamn it. You want to fucking talk about this shit? Do you eat the flesh, Rocky? Yes or no?
Hell yeah.
Do you accept the sacrament?
Go ahead, keep your mockery.
It's a little chewy, but I get it down.
Dave fucking bitch. Keep mocking Jesus.
Bro.
Keep mocking Jesus. Keep it up.
I'm not mocking Jesus. Hold on. I'm mocking Jesus. I don't think so, dude. I don't think so. I think
he never said Jesus. He said Paul.
Thank you. I'm defending Jesus. I'm saying Jesus is a boss. I'm saying it's disrespectful of Jesus to have some little weak homosexual like Paul and his sidekick Luke talking about him. How about that?
And for the record,
dude, have you seen do you remember the old SNL skits, the ambiguously gay duo?
Yes, that's it.
Paul and Luke is
that's the first pope is Paul.
Jesus parted the clouds and said, "Beta."
Was
exactly. Jesus was a boss. He walked into the temple, threw a chair, threw the table over, and he said, "Stop being dirty, Jews." And they came after him. They go, "We can't have this guy calling us dirty scoundrels, telling the truth about what we're doing, and have a woman." No, he's got to go.
Peter was the first pope, according to what the Catholics believe.
Yeah, the Catholics.
Peter's a rock.
I have nothing bad to say about Peter at all.
The rock.
I don't have anything bad to say about Peter.
You punk ass bitch.
Great.
He's a strong man. He's making it up. He goes, "You don't talk about Peter." I didn't. You don't talk about Peter. I guess you won, Rocky.
So, Stinky Paradox comes in the Big Five and says the clergy are supposed to be chaste per Christ.
Yeah,
Matthew
sure.
19:12. Nicene Canon #1 ban self-sacrificing eunuchs, keeping the door open for PDF clergy.
That's
and guess what the Romans learned it from?
Yo, those comments are fucking amazing. Keep them rolling, dude.
Those
Jesus told Peter, he said, "Pimping ain't easy."
He said, Peter, Jesus put his hand on Peter's shoulder and said, "Bro, it's going to be a hard exit out of here. Keep these motherfuckers in check."
Oh, fuck.
Clay, you still here?
And he went right up to the
I'm
throat.
waiting for Clay. Clay's about to go off on us.
I'm asking.
No. Clay loves what someone said. I'm gay for Jesus.
Gay for Jesus? That's crazy, dude.
No, it's what. No, think about it. Think about it.
Not to be bald, you're going to be waiting a long while.
Think about it. You see these. The Catholics. They get on their hands and knees, like hands and knees for a man. What?
Oh.
And say, "Ravage my body, my Lord. Come fill my body with the Holy Spirit." What?
Have you seen that before?
I see the Jews didn't have V-belt technology. I understand.
Ravage my body, my Lord. What? Who are you talking about?
Those Catholics do that kind of shit? Really?
Oh, they don't?
Buddy,
I don't know. I'm asking
Rocky, man, the Catholics get down on man meat.
Catholic stuff is super gay.
Catholics are notorious for the man meat.
Rocky, I'm gonna get in a debate with a Catholic on here, and I'm gonna fucking give him the 1-2. He's got a lot of shit to answer.
Rocky's in denial.
It's really gay,
Rocky's
dude. Think about this. Let me ask you guys.
He's into that beef jerky, dude.
Rocky's not at all. I was playing with him. He's not even close. Trust me.
Thank God I'm not.
Listen, Rocky's probably got more tail than all of us on this damn panel.
Yeah, Rocky's a lesbian like me.
All right.
Yeah, unfortunately, most of that tail was Filipino ladyboys from back in his Marine days.
Oh my God,
that was cold-blooded.
Ben, that's what I was rolling with. I was trying
He said he loves that man pussy.
Balderson, you've had me in tears all night, bro.
Hey, Balder said, give me that Filipino man pussy.
Rocky walks up and, what are you? I'm a lady boy.
Think about it, guys. She
doesn't make me wear a condom and she never gets pregnant. It's amazing.
Guys, think about it. Think about it. She can change her. She can change.
Chet's fucking crazy, dude.
She has 4 different. He puts on 4 different wigs and it's 4 different bitches in your worldview. Anyway, but that's only one girlfriend, right? According to the math we were discussing earlier.
Oh, my God.
That's where concepts like just the tip doesn't count.
You guys do.
That's where the British people decided that if you have sex with a guy in the ass, it doesn't count. You're still a virgin. These people are all weird. It's weird shit.
Man, that's gay. I don't care what. Gay is gay, bud.
Mormon girls like to fuck in the ass because they keep.
You ever heard of Omaha Home for Boys? The Home for Boys in Omaha.
No, I have definitely not heard of Omaha.
The Franklin savings scandal.
Are you talking about the Franklin scandal with Denny and shit? That was
Were they Catholic? Were they Catholic?
Wow,
were they Catholic?
The Nazis. Yeah, it was a Catholic.
Yeah, of course it was.
Father Flanagan. They made a movie about it.
They should execute them in public.
Father Flanagan.
They should execute them in public and burn them alive in the town square.
In the 90s, we found out they were using those boys to blackmail politicians in DC.
Oh, like Lindsey Graham, the most religious guy in the Senate.
Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham's like, I think we should nuke them all because obviously we should.
Because they're
Israel. We need to protect Israel, so we need to nuke them Iranians. Yes,
I knew
they have a lot of gay people there.
Yes,
when I used to drink sweet tea in my grandpa's pool hall, and the older men would teach me things.
I just love visiting Israel, and I'm in Tel Aviv all the time with Netanyahu. I bet you are. I bet you and the Pope. The Pope likes to be in Tel Aviv often too, doesn't he?
When you think about it, you know how sick it is, Rocky, that these guys they prey on these young men and they tell them it's in God's name.
Adam, exactly. Think about it like this. Guys, this is a serious question. Think of it like this.
No, they know it's not God's name.
Think of it like this. They use it. They
know that they're being abused by Satan. Them kids know. I know they know.
Think about this.
No, they don't. No, they don't, because they do it.
No,
think about this, guys. Think about this.
About innocent children. Dude. What are you talking about?
Think about this. We all believe in God, right? We all believe in God. We have our own religions. Think about this. What would it take for you? What would it take for you to say, I will never, ever touch a woman in my entire life because of ... The answer is, for any normal man, no such thing. And any man who tells me for me to be closer to God or to serve God, I have to not touch a woman, I look at him like, you What? And so the question is, only two types of men are approaching that. One, gay guys, and number two, people who want access to young boys. Those are the only people who take that covenant. Who else would?
I mean, I would never.
Why are we shocked? Why are we shocked? Why are we shocked?
With that,
who would ever never touch a woman and be around young boys? Who? Let me see.
Hold on, Jody. Did you say you would agree to that?
No, I agree with this stance.
Oh, all right. I
absolutely.
All right. I thought I'm sorry. I misheard you. I was like, hold up.
No, who would do it? Who would do it?
Like, hold on.
Only gay men.
You're going to equate that. So now you're going to equate that with Paul saying that it's because Paul said that it's better for me not to get married because I got this mission to go on. So you're going to use that to say, "Oh, Paul was fucking
yeah, he had a side piece loop there."
You said it, but I agree with you. I agree with you, Rocky.
Fuck.
Paul was gay.
Fuck you.
Paul, I don't read the fucking Bible. I don't read any of that shit.
I agree with Rocky.
I have to agree with Omar. Luke was pretty much camping up Paul's asshole there.
Luke's he's like this. Oh my God, Paul. He's like this. Oh,
the waves rose would flow
every night when it was
just
them in the tent with no women. Luke would read his opinions of new stories he created, and Paul would say, "Yes, keep that in there." While Luke is fucking massaging his feet, Paul would be reading what Luke wrote about him. So gay.
Luke, I just got a message from Jesus. I need you to do something for me.
Not at all. It's just funny.
Not at all. Anti-gay, right?
Bro, I live in Miami. I live in Miami Beach, bro. I can't be that. I can't hate Jews or gay people that much.
Right? So why do you look so gay? You're anti-gay. Why do you look so fucking gay? Huh?
I don't even know what he's saying.
He said, you hate people? And I said, no. He goes, well, then if you hate gay people so much and you're so anti-gay, why do you look so gay? Okay, so should I answer that dumbass
I got something on the share screen again.
Should I answer that strong
Rocky, you know what's pretty gay?
So what do you know about this?
Is judging a man that you're saying looks gay. How would you know what gay looks like?
What is this?
How do you know what gay looks like?
Where's Fizana?
I have no idea. The Federation of what? Go up?
Facts. Yep.
Oh, great. Who is this? They've been Persians?
Fat boy.
Well, there's a lot of that in Persia, dude. Iran. Yeah, that's not shocking.
How do you know what gay looks like?
What does this say? What does this say?
Series of articles curated by who?
Maya Joshi.
That's a good
let's
question.
look this guy. Hold on. Keep that up. Keep that up. Keep that up. Don't put it down. I'm going to find out who Maya Joshi is.
How do you know what gay looks like? I'm curious.
Hold on. Maya Joshi.
I just look at you.
Well, we got to pull that person up. Maya Joshi.
Oh, you're bud.
Maya Joshi's a lesbian.
Yeah.
So what does she write?
What is this right here?
Zoroastrian Youth of North America, a Fenzana committee. So Maya Joshi is a lesbian.
What it looks like?
What it sounds like is this group, this organization called Fenzana, who's calling themselves Zoroastrian and a federation of North America, is writing an article about celebrating inclusiveness of Gay Pride Month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to inform you.
Did a lesbian wrote an article about Pride Month?
No.
Can I say something?
No. This is a .org, sir.
Yeah.
.org.
What year was that published? Because that's probably during the Biden administration where they're giving everyone money for supporting gay stuff.
That is a current day website.
Oh, the wise man.
That is a website I just pulled up.
Don't forget. But we can find that it's pro-gay of everything on earth. That doesn't make
exactly. So you're gonna sit here, right, and pretend like you are exclusive to this stupidity.
What?
That your belief system is I could probably find some weird shit that Viking Odinism and all that shit too.
Sure, there's always been.
Clay, you sound like you're real butthurt because we've been talking about Paul taking it up the butt.
Okay, so then I guess I'll just leave because you guys have really turned this panel into a fucking gay fest. I don't understand it. We were
You
having
pulled
a
up a
good
gay
conversation,
flag and asked me to read
and then all
something
of
that
a
was
sudden
gay.
it goes, "No, Christians are gay. They're sucking."
No one's saying Christians are gay, dude.
Bro, I just brought
Clay.
up a whole lot of Zoroastrian and gay to the children shit.
I'm not Zoroastrian, so it doesn't hurt my feelings. But I'm saying that there's gay organizations everywhere.
This is my thing, right?
Okay. So we'll stop.
Right?
No, we'll play. We'll stop.
Say, well,
guys, let's stop.
I don't believe in your religion because of this and that. Blah blah blah.
He's gay. Clay is gay.
You have turned this panel into gay.
No,
we will just leave.
I'm sorry, Clay. I didn't mean to offend you, man. I was just cracking a joke.
Actually, fucking talking.
Let's stop. We'll stop.
At some point,
we'll stop. If you feel we're being disrespectful, we'll stop.
No, it's not even disrespect, bro. It's like, okay, the gay jokes, get it. It's just old, bro. Oh my god. Like I don't want to talk about gay, bro. Gay.
Let's stop. There's only one person who's been saying the gay stuff here today.
yeah, it's Rocky.
The most offended.
Well, Rocky is a prophet, and apparently the future is gay.
Okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you about Pride Month. Okay. Spell out Pride Month.
Okay, no more gay.
Let me tell you something.
We're not talking about the gay stuff no more.
Demons, bro. Spell out Pride Month. P-R-I demon T-H.
Bro, can we all agree that up here nobody's gay?
I don't believe Christianity is gay whatsoever.
In front of your face. Pride Month. P-R-I demon T-H.
Rocky wants to talk about gay.
In your face.
Clay, just for the record, Clay, I was talking about Paul and I was talking about the Pope. I never mentioned Jesus. I said Jesus was. I never said anything.
I know,
about
but it's not. No, it actually there was a little bit of gay jokes in there.
No, the Pope. I made fun of the Catholic Church. Yes,
regardless of that,
Catholic Church. Yes, I stand by that.
To be fair, a sprinkling of gay jokes is going to come with the pan.
Can we all agree that none of us are gay up here?
Yes, I think we can all agree. I don't know.
Maybe not Rocky.
Yeah, you accused me first.
You.
I just say you look gay. I didn't say you were gay.
You put flesh in your mouth.
He said,
"How is that not going to be a fucking gay show?"
Okay, fine. Let's stop.
And Clay,
and for the record, Clay, I'm a Christian, man.
Clay, to answer that,
we were talking about the Pope
earlier. The absolutely in our religion, although we call them universalists, there's a shit ton of universalists that are in that community, and they take Loki as one of their symbols because there's a story where Loki turns into a horse and then gets pregnant by another horse and another like mythical type horse. But they always forget the part where Loki literally was able to bear a child from that. So, and this was during the time of gods, and gods did weird shit. So that's not the same as a human going in and lopping off his sex organs. Like it's not the same. So, but that absolutely gets used in there. We have a giant faction, and we call them the Universalists.
Right, and in there, what you're actually saying that's not the actual belief system that you're actually ascribing to.
Yeah,
and the same thing happens with Zoroastrianism. Same thing happens with Christianity.
There's been gay people since the beginning of time, of course, man. And I by the way,
Paul doesn't encourage homosexuality.
I was joking about.
I know, but it got old.
There's no actual. There's nowhere where Paul promotes gay, obviously.
Yeah, you got here in time for us to be completely silly and
the Catholic Church, though. The Catholic Church is what I would say.
Well, you know what's funny? What's funny about this whole thing, right? Is when I brought it up, you're like, wait a minute, I gotta check into this now because it is offensive. It's not actually.
It's not offensive. It's not what Zoroastrians believe. No, dude, they don't have any opinion of it. I don't think. I'm not aware.
No, they do. No, actually, Zoroastrianism completely condemns it in the old text.
Do they? I really don't know. Let me see.
Yes.
But I just saw that girl's a lesbian who wrote an article about Pride Month. The problem was, don't forget, guys, we were all prisoners in a time period where if you said anything not supporting Pride, anything, remember you were like the worst person in the world, right? You could lose your job.
That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
So we can find
actually in my community, we're very against the movement, the LGBT movement, and the push toward homosexuality and transsexuality, but that's also with the recognition that gay people have always existed, always will, and some people just are like that. Like one of my best friends is Cheney. She comes into the chat regularly. You see Project Cheney, and she's a MAGA lesbian. Like, you know, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Just leave me alone.
Okay, I just want to state for the record, I don't have anything against gay people. Live your life, do you?
No,
the only issue I've ever had with the LGBTQ community is the pronouns, the furry crap,
right? And
the indoctrination of children. That to me is the most brutally disgusting crap I've ever seen.
There's a large contingent of the homosexual community that despises that movement because they're also saying the same thing. Like, we just wanted to be left alone with whoever we want to have sex with. We didn't want
Yeah, that's like 10th Man. Like, I mean, I know he's kind of a Spurgeon guy, but 10th Man 10th Man's not down with that fucking craziness, right? And
my thing is this: is like, how do you wake up one day, right? And you look yourself in the mirror and you're like, you know what? I've always been a fucking cat. I've always been this thing.
Oh my God.
Let me go get a litter box and start taking a shit in that.
Yeah.
Right. You know, I identify as king of everything. Pay homage to Ben so he can pay homage to me.
I might catch a little shit for this. Well, I started going around because I'm from the inner city. And I would, you know, when this is at the height of all this crap, and I was going around telling people like, hey, well, I'm trans Negro, and if you don't recognize my blackness, well, that's just some offensive shit.
Oh, well, I mean, you could go hook up with Rachel Dolezal.
I have no idea who that is.
Omar's over there looking up the lesbian chick.
She's that chick that literally
he's looking that shit up.
It says the Zoroastrianism doesn't say anything about homosexuality in any way, but then later like I guess you'd call like later writings on it says that demon worship.
Right. That's what I was.
But again, I really go. My problem is only the pushing it, and I think the sexualization outside society is wrong. In regardless, I don't think you should have prideful display of sexuality in public in general, and I think the indoctrination of children and the predatory nature of that I'm completely publicly executing against.
Omar, I don't know if you remember, it was during Joe Biden's presidency,
or even worse.
Public execution is what I'm saying is the solution.
I've been a big advocate for bringing back public execution. I think it would deter a lot of crap.
2 witnesses, execution on the spot.
You're going to get watched.
But I would like it to be the guillotine, not the firing squad or lethal injection. I would love the guillotine to make a comeback.
Oh, I'm saying straight stoning, public stoning.
I like to keep.
I'd be all right with that art too.
Biblical.
Yeah,
I've been getting prepared to be stoned to death.
You wrestle.
Gonna have to work hard.
Hey, if you ever. I guess you're never going to come across one that you can share, but you know, if you do, just let your loved ones know exactly which brand of whatever it is that you got stoned to death.
Who wrote doctor next to my name? That's hilarious.
I did because that Svetka earlier or whatever.
Yeah.
Asked if any of us have any credentials. What right do we even have to be discussing this if we had any credentials?
No right whatsoever.
So then I went around and I put credentials on everybody's name. Your doctor.
Oh, that's where I came
Clay
from.
PhD. Adam's Grand Poobah. Rocky's obviously a prophet, and Jody is an apostle. And I thought those were pretty strong credentials to have that conversation.
If I knew I was a doctor, I would have changed some of my conversation pieces earlier.
Oh my God!
Isn't that what a shaman did?
Now Clay, I changed Clay. Now you're bringing it back, dude. You're doing you shouldn't.
No, I'm not gay. I'm just sad.
No, you just sound like an emo.
He's just an emo. Yeah.
I'm just sad. Can y'all bring me some
I hate everybody. What
I'm trying to get that good strain.
Shaman's got an answer for this for sure.
Getting a little
What
school
do
shooter
you all
vibes.
think of the Ariana?
Now, this, on the
myth?
other hand, might be gay.
Okay, well, so it's not a myth, but it's misappropriated because through British anthropology, they wrote bullshit. Ariana is the land of the Aryans, which was in Central Asia, which was Afghanistan, Pakistan, which is no such thing as Pakistan. It was all Afghanistan until the British. And then a good portion of Iran and a little bit of India, all the way up to Uzbekistan and these stands, the Stan areas, right? And so the Ariana in the language of Avesta means land of the Aryans, right? And so this is where Zarathustra was born. This is where Zoroastrian was created. This is where Buddhism lived for 2,000 years and so on. So these Aryans track the bloodlines of the DNA of R1A. So if you just look up, DNA R1A, it tracks from like 25,000 years to like, I don't know, 10,000 years. Then it goes R1A, 1A. That goes from 5,000 years ago to the 10,000 years ago, let's say. And then there are subclads like R1A1A M160, R1A1A Z93. Each one of those different subclads that I'm mentioning are from between 3,000 years ago to now, right? And so when you track the movement of R1A DNA, you can see the movement of this Aryan blood race, which you could consider the patriarch of the white race. The interesting part is that it goes all the way to the Viking areas, and then later it goes all the way to Siberia. And so when you track the historical aspects of these, you see people like the Scythians, right? And so these Scythians started in Central Asia of the lands of Ariana and moved all the way to the Siberians. And this bloodline also went all the way to the lands of Canaan. And so one of the northern Semitic DNAs is the tracking of the R1A, 1A. Then it go, is this in context? Oh, so anyway, if you look at when you attach the Indian stuff, it's actually incorrect because the Indians would say, we have the oldest language, oldest everything, oldest, we create religion, right? The problem with that fucking story is that if you ask an Indian scholar, if you ask a Hindu scholar, say, sir, Rashbi, where does your religion come from? They say, our religion comes from the Upanishad and the Vedas, right? And you say, oh, great, that's great information. By the way, where did the Upanishad and the first Vedas come from? They say, well, according to our legend, 5,000 to 5,500 years ago, we received the Upanishad from the invading armies of the Aryan race from Ariana when they invade us, right? Well, Ariana is not invading. It's right there next door. It's called fucking Afghanistan and all those areas around. And when they came to India, amongst the other places they conquered, they brought this writings called the Upanishad, right? These writings were written in the language of Avesta, right? Which later the book of Zoroastrian is the Avestan, right? They created an entire religion. So the Upanishad, then the Vedas, became thousands of Vedas. Then they created millions of gods and goddesses over the last 5,000 years. This is what happens when you take an original story and you give humans time. They'll fucking change the story, add more characters, change the dialectics, and so on. And that's all we're watching with the story of Yahweh. We're watching it change and evolve. Jesus goes to Rome. Now the Romans implement their Roman stuff to it. By the way, what was the number one religion of Rome before Christianity? I'll tell you, in the elite, they were worshiping Mithra. And Mithra came from where? Persia. So Rome was worshiping the cults of Mithra to the time.
I've heard of Mithra.
Constantine was a cult of the worshiper of the cult of Mithra. And Mithra has a very interesting story of Jesus. So look up Mithra and Jesus, similarities of the story. There you'll find birth, death, you'll find all similar stuff. Not saying, by the way, that both can't be true, right? It's just that no one thinks Mithra actually lived. That's the difference. When the Romans say that we came from Romulus and Remus, they don't think they actually lived. Back in the day, the peasants did. But the wealthy and the elite, they never thought they fucking lived. Just like the Pope, if you ask the Catholic Pope right now in reality and give him a lie detector test, he knows he's not the vicar of Christ on earth. He's just a fucking guy. The key is that everyone believes he is, so he plays the fucking role.
Let me ask you this, Omar. Would it be wrong for me to not believe that about him? Because I never have.
I don't believe it, but the point is that you have to believe it as a Catholic. You have to believe that.
Oh, yeah, I'm not a Catholic.
Yeah, but you have to, because if you don't believe that the Pope of Rome is the vicar of Christ on earth, following an apostolic tradition to the time of Peter, then you're technically not a Catholic. For example, Peter. Yeah. The Rock. Remember the Rock you were yelling at? The foundation of the church. Remember that 10 minutes ago? Rocky. Peter. You mean Paul. Nah, he's like, the Sumerians, they were Hebrew, you idiot. He goes, Sumerians aren't speaking Hebrew, dummy. He's like, he goes, there's no Japanese language in China. Anyway, he's like, Jesus didn't speak Greek. It's like, no shit. Anyway, by the way, that's the funny part. Anyway, so the Indian tradition and the legends of the Aryans from Haryana was also, by the way, appropriated by Hitler and the Nazis. The difference, though, is that the Nazis actually tracked their Germanic origin bloodline to the stories of the invading Aryan armies, because they went from Haryana to the lands that we call of the Germanic lands today, and even got as far to the Vikings of Norway and Scandinavia. And so the interesting part is that later those peoples came back to those lands, almost like to find their own ancestry, because the world is not that big of a place. And if you track these DNAs, it shows you origin stories, where it goes, and later those people rise to power and come back. It's a very interesting thing, because
did you just say that the world isn't a big place.
Not that big.
I'm asking. I got a question about the world. I noticed that the backdrop is a big.
You were on a
globe.
That's a fake. That's a fake Earth, Rocky. You and I both know that. That's not how it is.
The Golden Globe. That's the Golden Globe.
Golden Globe Award
of Atlas.
I'm Atlas. Watch.
Better than a Grammy.
I'm Atlas.
And so, if you track the Aryan concept, if you just type Aryan DNA, it's going to say R1A, right? And you track R1A, and then look up history of R1A DNA. It'll go R1A, R1A1A. Then, by the way, when they went over to Siberia, all the way to Siberia, that created R1B1B. And so you can track through DNA, which I spent years studying this, you can actually track. So when they say, well, we don't really know what the Hebrew DNA is. Well, we know the Semitic fucking DNA, actually, because we have burial bones from all the time periods. So we know that the northern part had this DNA, R1A, 1A. Then they also had the J1. Then they had the J2. Then they have the E1B1B. Because as the south of Judea, this is where Captain Zariak's not off. Because in the southern port where Judea is, tying to Egypt, which is in Africa, they were fucking darker. So the funny part is that the Jews he's talking about, who are white as can be Europeans, that are claiming to be Jews, according to like DNA, the E1B1B DNA would be like that Judean region DNA, and they were dark. So the funny part is there is some things to what Captain Zariak is saying, not saying it's singularly or entirely true, because he also doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about when he's talking about the lost tribes at all whatsoever. But that's
I know about him. I know all about him.
I know all about him.
Well, I agree with you, Omar. That's why I always challenge him, because I'm like, you're wrong about this, you're wrong about that. It's not true. You know, he's still of the belief that we're crawling out of caves.
Well, he's still look. Here's the thing. According to his eschatology, at the end of days, when the children of Israel are going to be saved, right? So let's pretend that God of Moses, Yahweh, comes and goes and exterminates everyone who's not from that tribe, right?
On the spinning ball.
Has 0% of that DNA. If he does not have, which he said he has his DNA, if he has no J1, no J2, according to his Jewish tradition, he's getting exterminated. So it's very simple. Show us your DNA test, see what percentage of J1 or J2 DNA you have, or even E1, B1B, and then maybe you survive this thing that you're looking forward to. Because if you don't have any of it, you're fucked. So you can claim the ideology all you want.
You know what I heard
Let me
yesterday?
ask you this, because I don't really want to speak about the man too much when he can't defend himself. But what if someone like a white person went and got that DNA test and they show that they're really of that J1, J2 thing? How do you think he would feel about that?
I honestly think he would still reject it, because I that's the problem. I like Tazariak. Because you don't learn that much.
I love talking to him.
Yeah, you don't learn that much about the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament and not care. So I know he's sincere in what he comes with, but he definitely has a pain story that's being processed in real time. The difference is for Black, and by the way, I understand the plight of Black Americans, not because I have any white guilt, as they say. My family's from fucking Afghanistan. You know what I mean? We don't. I don't have any slavery guilt or any of these things. You know what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, you should have picked up a fucking weapon. So to me, to the Jews of the Holocaust, you should have picked up a fucking weapon. When they said, "Get on that fucking train," you go, "Yes, sir." That's your choice. And the same thing with a boat. Okay, you should have picked up a weapon. With that said. With that said, the Muslims, the Black Americans who went into the Nation of Islam, a lot of those people processed that thing through Islam. So I think that this next generation of people processing that thing through the Hebrew Israelite story are processing it in real time, because right now would be like the 80s in Nation of Islam to these Hebrew Israelites right now. And in the 80s, they were a little more aggressive than they are today. So I think right now the Hebrew Israelites are just the Nation of Islam in the 80s, and in the next 10 years it'll die down. And I understand where it comes from, because in his mind, our history and lineage was erased because of slavery and the slave trade through the transatlantic slave trade, and that's true. And he sees that in one specific prophecy about they'll be sent off to the four corners of the earth. And you could just say that metaphysically unto the ends of the earth or the ends of the world. It's a figure of speech. But even if you want to say it's literal, okay. But that doesn't mean, and by the way, the concept that he said, which he didn't answer and got off very fucking fast when I brought it up, when he's talking about Esau's evil and Esau's the white people and Esau, dude, they're twin brothers in the same fucking womb with the same mother and the same father. How?
I tried telling him that. I was the Esau is called Israel's brother.
He's because Jacob and Esau were twins in the same mother in the womb in the same time. Okay, not just brothers; they were fucking twins. Okay, and so the point is that he's confusing race and nation. See, when God promises Abraham to be the father of great nations, Ishmael had nation. Isaac had nations. Everyone has a nation. Okay. A nation is a group of people. You could say tribe, right? It's a tribe, right? Mm-hmm. But a race is a fucking race genetic. Okay. So one brother can be Adam, Eve, and Cain and Abel. One brother can be Abel and be righteous, and one brother could be Cain and be evil. They're the same race, but two different nations. See what I mean? So, he's confusing race and nations as interchangeable. Curious. That's why he can say what he says, but they're two different things. A nation is a tribe, kind of funny. Race is a race.
It's kind of funny.
I've heard other people try to explain that to him too in other religious debates that he's had, and he pivots right from it every time. It's like
I've tried.
But I mean, I respect the man because of his belief.
Yeah.
I don't, I'll always argue against him, but I do respect him.
I like him. I
like him.
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
If you go to my YouTube channel, I'll have these published, but it's under it says debates or something. He and I go for 3 hours with no moderator. We go everywhere in the subject matter, and I explain to him.
Well, I'll definitely subscribe.
It's a good debate, and he's trying to tell me about lost tribes, and I say, have you heard of this? He's like, no. I'm like, so you haven't checked into the actual.
Well, I mean, one of my questions to him was with all the crossing of bloodlines throughout the ages, you can't really tell anybody they're not from the tribe because no one really knows.
This is why
I think genetics
has to be done to get it right, because you have these markers that only exist because you don't know where the hell you're from.
Well, I mean, I'm not discounting genetics and DNA tests. They can only go so far.
Well, I mean, but there's certain things from certain regions that don't exist elsewhere.
Those would be the markers that he's talking about.
And there's zero doubt that I'm not a sub-Saharan African, and nobody in my family ever was.
But you could have 1%. You never know.
My dad and my daughter both did 23.
Well, I have the theory on the 10 tribe.
You know what I have? I have no Nigerian DNA. Oops.
Yeah, you do. Everybody got.
If I did, I would be speaking differently. I'd be dropping the N-bomb all over this.
What I heard the other day.
How do they do those tests? You just go in, pay for it, and they take blood from you?
On the news. This was on my news feed.
My sister did her DNA. I would never give the Mormons, and now
the new DNA, and now they have.
Rocky, I was trying to ask him a question about the DNA, bro. I'm trying to ask him how it's done.
The news and the DNA that if you got the jabs, you are now.
What? We're not talking about fucking COVID.
Rocky,
no one here got the jab, dude.
Right.
Rocky,
DNA.
we're not talking about that. Rocky, we're not talking about that.
No one's talking about
the jab. You guys read this super chat? Omar, did you read this?
Do you think Apollonius of Tyana was the template for Jesus or other prophets such as Ezekiel? Do you believe in the real historical Jesus? I mean, even if Apollonius of Tyana with the virgin birth, the miraculous miracles, the followers and disciples, the persecution, the spiritual authority, and his ascension, again, this type of Yahweh Katan concept with the sacrifice and everything it's not only Jesus, but all can be true at the same time. There can be many parallels of many things, but as far as the historical Jesus being an actual person, yeah, dude, I think it's at this point, I think it's just straight up people wanting to be intentionally dense or just not engage in communication.
I've seen the boycott laws, Cameron. They're horrifying.
I think there's too much. There's too much. Now, would I say that there's more evidence to prove Jesus' existence than Alexander the Great? No, of course not.
Well, but what about the tarp?
That's I am So the
Shroud of Turin. Did you just call the Shroud of Turin the tarp? That was fucking awesome.
I mean, that's what I was.
The Shroud of Turin. I remember the first time I ever heard of it. I was in elementary school, and there was a Time magazine talking about the Shroud of Turin. Right? It was in the late 80s, right? And then it was carbon dated, and it was carbon dated. It was carbon dated to the 1200s, right? And that was it. That was the end of the fucking subject. Now with this West Huff type of revitalization. Which is a counteraction to the LGBT QAnon demonic force to try to come in. I get it. They tried to say, the Shroud of Turin. Actually, they only carbon dated a little segment on the bottom that in fact was an additional that someone restitched newer in the 1200s. So that piece was from the 1200s, but the rest is actually from the time of Jesus. It's like,
what
why?
What exactly did they?
They say they carbon dated a small segment from a corner piece, and they're saying it. I'm sorry.
What's the material that they carbon dated?
I never referenced a specific material. I'm talking about
the reason I'm asking, and I'm totally with you on this thing. But the reason I'm asking is because with carbon dating, you don't carbon date living tissue. That's not how it works. You actually carbon date non-living tissue, right? So in that theory, carbon dating is a bunch of bullshit if you ask me. But if they dated living tissue, which from my understanding, what is cloth? Isn't that from living tissue? Especially, more specifically, the stuff that they made it from back then.
What is it? Okay, hold on. No.
I've never looked into it, so I don't know what it's made of.
Okay, so it's probably linen, and linen would be living tissue because it's organic. That's what you're saying. But
yeah, anything organic, essentially, you can't
or very possibly flax.
No, but that's not how it works. Carbon dating measures the carbon measurement of how things age, right? So right. Linen would be measured according to how linen would age, right? Specific aspects of carbon is in that. So like C14, there's different aspects of carbon and how carbon ages with time depending on the material. So they wouldn't carbon date a stone the same way they would carbon date linen. So they have I'm not fucking
but the reason you can't carbon date living organisms is because of the simple fact that
it's woven linen thread from the flax plant.
Right. So
you can carbon date.
But there was never no body.
You can't carbon date it because it decomposes.
No, you can. You can.
If it decomposes, it turns back into breaks down completely before it even. All right. Let me look it up. Reacts radioactively.
Let me look it up.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, even with the Shroud of Turin, I'd like to know how they can explain why it's so radioactive.
Yeah, I would get into that, but Clay asked me about
everything.
Clay's questioning carbon dating. So again, Claude says yes, linen can be carbon dated. Linen is an organic plant material, flax fiber, and any matter containing carbon-14. I just said that carbon-14 is datable. How it works: living plants absorb carbon-14 from the atmosphere.
Well, the point is that it has
Rocky.
The point was I was trying to answer the question about the Shroud of Turin. Now we're talking about carbon dating being true or false. So it says it has sample size. Oh, okay. Shroud of Turin with linen, like you said, there are certain risks, but it says that the carbon dating margin of error for linen will be plus or minus 50 to 100 years margin of error. So perhaps Clay, depending on the material, has a higher or lower margin of error, I guess.
That's exactly right. Because
I'm sure. Oh no,
with living tissue, the problem, and that's actually the biggest problem with carbon dating in the first place is the margin of error. This is why I bring up to the physicist. Well, you say between 50 and 5,000 years, or 5,000 and 50,000 years.
No,
right?
The Earth is 13.4 to 13.8 billion years. So 400 million years difference. You don't know. That's retarded.
Right. It's measured by rate of decay. That's how long it takes for the atom to break apart.
Here we go. Hold on. Check this out. So I said when I was in elementary school, late 80s. So here we go. In 1988, Oxford Zurich produced a lab test. And the test showed that it is a medieval shroud from 1260 to 1390 CE, right? Now, here's the interesting part, okay? What happened between 1260 and 1390 CE that would be important to Christian history? I'll tell you. There was a man named Jacques de Molay, who was the last grand prior of the International Order of the Templars. And so the Templars through the Crusades became very wealthy. because
he got put into a fucking fucking got marshmallowed.
Yeah, exactly. So what happened was that the Templars became very wealthy by doing a money changing system where the wealthy would give the money in Europe, and they would be escorted by the Templars to the Holy Land, and then they would collect a small fee for transporting them there. And wealthy to the point that these Templars were able to loan vast slots of money to not only the King of France, but also to the church, right? And so what happened was when they were trying to collect on this money, the church and the King of France decided, hey, time to not pay up, right? And so they were all rounded up. They were tortured, horrendous stuff, and considered heretics. On the rack and so on, they were confessing to be heretics and to worship the devil, gay, homosexual, all sorts of interesting things. Interesting part is that when they got the Grand Prior, the 33rd the Grand Prior was Jacques de Molay, he told them to go fuck themselves, right? So what they did was they put him on the rack, they whipped him, they recreated the Jesus scene of the thorn, all sorts of stuff. And then they hung him, dropped him, horse, everything. Then right before they were about to burn him, he cursed the Pope and the King of France, and both of them died within a year. So this is where Friday the 13th comes from, because it was on Friday the 13th, 1293 or whatever the case may be, which is the exact time period. Then his body was wrapped. His body was given and wrapped and supposedly buried, right? But they never know where it was buried. So this is where the Templars went underground and so on. And there's a whole Templar mythology to where they went and so on. They were the first international bankers, some say, etc., etc. But here's the point. It says here that the shroud was carbon dated in 3 separate pieces. Now, fast forward to a year ago, all of a sudden, no. Only a certain part that was recreated was from the 1200s. The rest of the shroud was carbon dated to actually the time of Jesus. No.
Actually, they don't say it was carbon dated to the time of Jesus. There's a different dating system that they use that they say dates it to the time of Jesus now. But I investigated that, and for that particular system to work, it means that the fabric would have had to have been kept at the exact same temperature and exact same humidity, the whole nine, complete, for the entire duration of it. So for that dating system,
Benjamin. Thank
you,
Benjamin.
It just happened. It just happened. Like they basically said, no, the old thing was wrong. This was like literally a year ago.
You fucking Jews, you always got a fucking story for everything, dude. You just want to keep going and going and going.
Who are we?
I got a story for it.
Hey, if you don't like being educated, there's this button you can hit to fuck off.
Who is the Jew?
I'm trying.
But he's explaining what they recently said, and you're interrupting them, which is making the story go on longer.
You couldn't do that 1,200 years ago. Take a photographic picture of Jesus on a cloth, but that did have.
Nobody's saying that, man. No, nobody's saying that.
No, that's not true. They took a photo of you back then, Rocky.
There was photographic. The wrapping of Jesus. It had blood, like it had the cross.
Yeah, he was tortured. Jacques de Molay was tortured. Exactly.
No, it had.
That's what happens when you get the shit beat out of you.
Here's the funny part.
The only way it could have happened is there's some kind of light.
The shroud. Here's the funny part. The shroud was actually for over 800 years. The shroud was people crying and thinking it was Jesus, but really it was the last Grand Prior of the Rosicrucians, right? Which is a very interesting thing. So if you think they were evil, or the case may be, it's interesting. But the last point on this whole thing, the last point about this shroud situation. God, it's like a brain rot.
Welcome to my life.
The new system that they used.
I've never had a headache right here. It's weird.
The new system that they use to date it is called the wide angle X-ray scattering to date.
There you go. That was my last point.
Yeah, but it says wall wax, which is wide angle X-ray, has the advantage of being non-destructive and requires very small samples. It remains a controversial and newly applied method in archaeology. Established scientific bodies still debate whether the X-ray scattering translates to an exact chronological date compared to traditional carbon dating.
Yes. So what they did, similar to how they recreate the moon landing and show us piece together pieces of the Earth being round and circular. They took a negative image of the X-ray of the shroud, messed with the tones, and showed this is the shroud. It's just a negative imprint.
It's a negative imprint. Photo. And so
it's a negative imprint of a picture you're seeing. You have not seen the shroud. You've seen pictures of a negative imprint of an image on a cloth.
I'm talking about the date. The date.
You're arguing with someone who agrees with you, Rocky.
I'm not arguing with you, Clay.
Yeah, I know. You're arguing with Omar, who agrees with you.
He wants to argue with me to argue with me. It's just not about what the argument is. It's about
Omar doesn't believe that the shroud is a thing.
I got a different question. Rocky. It's a little off topic, but this is for Omar. What do you think of the radar images they found under the pyramids with the pillars?
Bro, I'm not shocked at all. Have you ever seen the satellite images off the coast of China, off the coast of America, of all the pyramids in the ocean right now?
Oh shit!
No, I haven't. I'll look it up.
It'll blow your fucking mind. Look at the pyramid. Look at the images of the pyramids off the coast of China and near the Bermuda Triangle and so on. I think that we've had several floods, and I think there are technologies that far supersede the pyramid structures of Al-Kemet, which means Old Kingdom Egypt, that we don't even know how old it is.
I'm not Jewish, but I'm fucking rocking, dude.
I think we have found ways to either destroy our atmosphere or blow up this whole shit several times, or maybe there's a God power that floods us or burns us down. I don't know, but there's probably been 4 different incarnations on this fucking earth minimum. Whether you call it
why do you think Egypt or the guys that run the pyramids, why won't they let anyone go and see what's there?
It's free technology, it's free energy. There's a giant capacitor underneath it.
Pareidolia is,
and it collects energy.
Part of the problem with those pictures is that because I've got a friend that does nothing but study the pyramids. He lives next to the pyramids. He does whole tours on it, all that kind of shit. He said that some of the things shown in the pictures are in areas you can go into, and it doesn't match what's in those areas. And so you're already finding discrepancies in areas that you can see. Now you have to assume that there's going to be discrepancies in the things that you can't go access in the same fashion. So that's a real problem with it.
Well, I mean, because the guy that runs the I don't know his title, but I know he's like in the Egyptian government. He does all the archaeology. Yeah. Because they were like, hey, man, we can use satellites in space. We don't even got to be invasive about it. We can just shoot the satellite thing down, boop, and we can see what's under there. But he's like super against it in any way.
Nothing. I guess that will shock me.
If we're going to talk,
the only thing I can come up is for a logical reason is that he might be afraid it could erase what Egypt's history is now.
Well, the problem is, and this is a case for any educational field, archaeological field, when new information comes, that stuff won't actually become mainstream until the people that lived off the old information all die, because you're asking to replace the order. And so even though there's a bunch of things about the pyramids that we know, like none of the great pyramids actually had bodies inside them or anything like that we can tell. The only pyramids that did were dated much newer, and they were not built the same. They were cracked. And so there's a bunch of things that died, a bunch of stories, but not until the people that have made their whole lives and written books and gotten tenure at colleges, until those guys die, the story won't change.
Oh, I agree with you on that
until
completely.
somebody pays them for a different story.
And this is the channel I was talking about. Thank you, Cherie. You're the best.
Nice. Yeah, I said, or until somebody pays them for a different story, though, right, Ben? That part.
Yeah. If they get tenured to say something different and get paid, yeah, they will sing the tune.
Can I talk in? Can I chip in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Honestly, if we're talking, everything has all been about like God and religion and this and that. So, if there is an alien aspect, do you forecast? Do you forbid that in a way?
What do you mean?
All right, I get what he's saying, because I've had this discussion with my mother. She's very religious. So the way I look at it, say aliens are real, they come down, they got their own religion. The way I look at it, just because we have our own shit going on, God is still God to them. God is still God outside of all religion at that point. You know, it's just their interpretation of God.
Okay.
What are you laughing? I'm answering your question. That's how they would look at it.
Gobekli Tepe.
No, I'm not laughing.
Yeah, that's an amazing place.
Oh.
Is that the island?
Yeah. That's the only way I could take it, because I thought that myself. Turkey. Like, you know, what if aliens came down, they got their own religious belief? I would like to just believe that God is universal in that aspect.
You guys know that island where it's
God's theory.
I'll actually to piggyback off of what you're saying there, Jody, as well. You know, the island where it's a bunch of natives and the British visited them one time, and they ended up like giving the people sickness. And then the British left. And then
you're talking about Sentinel Island?
When they came back, all the natives started like killing off all the British because of the because of the fact that they killed all their native people.
Did you see recently? Did you see that one guy, that one Christian missionary who went there recently, like 4 years ago? You see, there was an Asian. There was
spears at the helicopter. Or something.
No. There was a mission, a Christian college.
Yeah, I saw that.
They asked like, is there anywhere on the earth where the good word hasn't been brought? And the professor goes, actually, there's just one island, but I don't recommend anyone going there because they throw spears at helicopters, etc., and it's illegal. So this guy decided he was going to make a fucking name for himself. And go there and bring the good word. He was, by the way, he was Chinese, right? He was fucking Chinese.
Yeah.
And so they have the video.
Chinese missionary.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because
have you heard the good word of Jesus?
Yeah, because it's
oh my God, you did it, but I
think I did hear about it.
This is what happens when they think they want to be, because he wants to become white, so the only way he can do it
because the reason I ask is because of Jody's question, right? So, like, just imagine like a ship of aliens coming down to tell us about God.
bro,
could you imagine?
Yeah, we would be the spear throwers.
Hold on. Listen to what happened. Listen to what happened.
Scared we would all be. Just
listen to what happened. Listen to what happened. No, so the Chinese guy. I'm sorry. He's not trying. Sorry. He would want me. He died from this, so let's just call him the Christian missionary, right? Because that's what he was. But he was Chinese. Just for the record, he was Chinese. Okay,
he was the Chinese Christian.
Let's give him some respect, okay? Because he went for it.
He was the Christ Asian.
Right. Well,
no, he went for it. He went for it. Let's give him
deserves paradise. It's him.
He deserves respect. So what he did was he got as far as he could, and then he paid a fisherman to take a touristy tour. And the funny part was they interviewed the guy after. Goes, I thought it was a little weird when he wanted to get as close to the island as possible. And when I said this is as far as we can go, he jumped out. Right? So we got video. We got the video. This motherfucking crazy this crazy missionary jumped out of the little boat and started going towards holding his Bible up. And you can see he's recording, and he's like he's declaring things. And they see him, and they come, and they throw about 12 or 13 spears, and they got his ass within a baker's dozen. Less than a baker's dozen spears were thrown from at least 150 yards minimum, and they got us ass, and that was the end of that mission.
Oh, shit.
Mission over. Mission.
You can
failed.
see. Pull up the video. You got to see this. You got to see this video. It is amazing.
I've seen it. That's why I'm laughing, because I was like, this guy's an idiot, dude.
What is the island called? Canary, right?
No, Sentinel Island.
Oh, Sentinel.
You've not heard the prophecy of the great yellow prophet who will bring the word to the Canary people?
Have you seen the videos of the Chinese people?
Yeah, I do think it's also called Canary Island too.
Have you seen the American Christian? I love it. American Christian missionary John Chow was killed when he tried to contact and convert some of the world's last uncontacted people.
John Chow, yeah, that was back in like the 40s, right?
No, dude, this is fucking
this is recent,
ago, bro.
He's got the Bible in one hand and his phone with his fucking stream.
Come in peace.
He gives a video. He's like, "Here I go. I'm about to spread the good word," and he like jumps in the fucking water, and that's it. That's the end of that mission.
Oh fuck, dude!
He talks shit. He's like this. No. He's like, guys, I told you I wasn't fucking around, and then he, you know, that was it.
He didn't put the armor of God on properly.
This is what this is what happened. You know who becomes the biggest Jew on earth? The conversion. That's the biggest. If you go, I lived it. The most avid Catholics on earth are not in Rome, dude, in Vatican City. They're in South America. These people are pure, like they truly believe, right? Like they have. They're
the ones that see Jesus and toast and Mary crying and statues.
Dude, these people walk miles and tens of miles to get to a church. Like it's not like these are like real believers. I'm not mocking their faith at all. I'm saying that these are real fucking believers.
They're hard fucking core.
I know that a lot of the Nazi cowards fucking flee to Brazil.
No, Argentina. Were they cowards though? The Nazis? I don't know if they were cowards. Were they cowards?
Yeah, once they lost, I mean, you're a fucking coward.
Are you going to stick around for the winning team to come yoke your ass up? No, if you got a chance to get the fuck out of Dodge, you're going to take that shit. All right, we did some horrible shit. It's time to go.
Japanese took it. They took it like a fucking man.
Well, they didn't have a choice.
No, but remember, the Nazis that left were the ones that had all the money and they had all the power. They were never fighting it ever. So the German people were the ones that caught the blood end of it, but the rulers always run. That's everybody.
Always.
If Trump would jump on Air Force One,
scientists, all of them.
But where's Netanyahu's hiding out in fucking Germany? By the way, when the bombing started, where was Netanyahu? He was in Germany, ironically. You know why? Because he's fucking Polish. Because he's fucking Polish. His name's Malachowski. He's more comfortable in Europe.
Ironically, we wouldn't have NASA without.
I didn't know that about Netanyahu.
Netanyahu's name is Benjamin Malachowski. He changed his name to Netanyahu, which in Hebrew means God's greatest gift.
Yeah, fact.
I always just call him BB.
And I call him Malachowski. Just like JD Vance's name is Bauman. His name's not JD Vance. That's bullshit.
I did know that about Vance.
Yeah, so he's Bauman.
Yeah, it's also a fact that Werner von Braun was the first head of NASA and one of the best friends of Walt Disney.
And Captain Jack Parsons was with Aleister Crowley, who created the propulsion system for NASA.
I mean, they were on something.
They were on some shit for sure. They definitely figured some things out. And the question is, was it because they were tapped into the occult and the spirit realm, similar to other cultures of the past, or did they just engineer their way through it? I don't know.
I don't put nothing past the Nazis, man. They were into everything.
They would definitely know. We know they were into it. My question is, how effective was it? Like, did they in fact break through the veil and gain information from direct sources of non-physical form?
That is a good question.
I have no idea, obviously, and I don't know.
They scoured the earth for every fucking historical mythical item that and thing that they could get their hands on.
But they didn't have to go far, because German occultism has always been the highest level imaginable always. And why, by the way, why do you think the royal family, the British royal family is not the Windsors? They changed their name to the Windsors after the Holocaust. They're the Saxe-Goldberg. They're German blood. The Queen of England, she wasn't freaking German. They're all the European royalties were 50% German blood minimum.
Omar.
Yeah.
Why? I mean, you're doing this Jew defense thing,
bro.
And there's no need
what are you?
for it.
What?
Usually, people say I'm apologizing for the Muslims. This is interesting.
Well, I asked a question.
I don't think I'm defending the Jews, am I? What are we talking about?
No, we were talking about Nazis using mysticism and occult shit and dabbing their hands in all sorts of cookie jars.
Didn't I say like 10 minutes ago that the Jews should have picked up weapons and defended themselves, and they don't get a free pass?
You said that about the slaves too.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
So I'm not defending Jews that much if I say they should. That I think that they gave themselves the Holocaust. They didn't fight.
I apologize. Somebody else said something.
Omar,
I mean, what's the difference? Yeah.
You've got Tom here interested in genetics and ancestry. Could you suggest books that he could read as a starter?
No, man. I don't know a single book on that subject. I would say pick something, right? So if you would say that if the ancestors in your bones, if the ancestors in your bones are of Germanic descent, right? So then go down, start with Germanic. So what would Germanic bloodline be? What would be the history? What would be the ancestry? And then what would be the DNA, right? So the Germanic DNA. As far as, like, for example, we talked about the Semitic and the lands of Canaan. That's called Levantine DNA, right? So the Levant would be the region that they would classify. But it's the same exact place. So I would say start with yourself and start doing the research of yourself first. Know thyself first. And then you can track the origin story. So start with you and track your ancestry through that. You can use ChatGPT and just double check it with another AI, Google. There's a lot of people who write about this stuff. But I don't have I would never trust a single source of a single book, regardless of anything. If you haven't heard the way I talk, no one book is going to give you both perspectives of everything.
I agree with Stinky on this.
The swastika from Jainism? Yeah.
Well, even from Germanic, the Germans they were twisting some things, but they definitely sought out all the different esoteric meanings to everything and implemented it. They just implemented it in negative ways in some cases. Absolutely, Polaris is the North Star for that symbology, and it was for the Germanic people because the Dipper is called Odin's Wain, and then that's attached to Polaris, and that's what's twisting around it, making that.
I just found John Allen Chow. Hey, John Allen Chow, bro. Pull up. I'm gonna make my screensaver. This guy, he has a cross carved out of a shark's tooth on his neck. He really was preparing to get the smoke. He's wearing a shark's tooth or some sort of bone carved into a cross around his neck on his way to his fucking fate on that island that everyone said don't go.
I mean, how many people got to tell you don't go? They're gonna kill you.
He took it as a spiritual challenge. He goes, "I'm gonna be the guy." That's the problem. People want to make a name for themselves.
Dude, you know what it's like? It's like them fucking. It's like the tourists and them like fucking middle-aged white women that are like, "Oh no, but the buffalo will connect with me."
Yeah.
You know, they're out in Yellowstone. They're like, no, but it'll let me go near it and touch it. And then next thing you know, somebody's fucking 30 feet in the air because of fucking bison.
Yeah, that old guy. Yeah, he got popped in the air by a bison. Because I was telling my mom that. I said, they might as well just walked into the fucking woods and played with the bear.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shit. Bears are, well, not a grizzly, but a black bear or something. Those won't fuck with you near as quick as a bison in rut. That bison is pissy. Like it's all horny.
Dude, that dude flew. He broke his hip in 4 different places.
Why did he come out of the woods? I'm like, why did you run out into the open? Like, that thing is so much faster than your old ass. Get in them trees, duck, dodge, dip. If you can dodge a bison, you can dodge a ball. Come on.
What about those fucking idiots that go into the arena and start and run with the bulls like dumbasses?
Somebody just got seriously hurt doing that this last week too.
Oh, I think that's stupid too. It's like, yeah, let's go into this tiny ass ring. It's barred with a pissed off animal with horns.
I'm rooting for the bull. When I see the guy get in there with that little flag and trying to like do his little dance, I'm rooting for the bull every time. I hope the bull.
I'm always team bull. You got to be team bull.
Ballet dancing spin.
I sold my younger bull and fucking these Mexican guys, and I don't think they'd ever really worked with a bull. They had a bunch of cows, but they were kind of new to it. They had like 8 cows, so they come and get this bull from me. Well, the bull was standing at the front of their trailer, and he wouldn't quite get in it. So we reached out and smacked him. And I think he was trying to smack him in the ass to get him to go up in the trailer, but he smacked him in the nuts. And that fucking bull turned around. And I was standing in the pen with him. The fucking Mexican wasn't. And the bull turned around, and I was the only thing standing there and looked at me and was like, oh. And I raised that bull since he was born. I ain't never seen that look on his face. I was like, fuck me. And he fucking sent me he hit me once. And I probably lifted like 5 feet, and then I dropped, and I was like, that wasn't so bad. But he also didn't think it was good enough. So he gave me a charge and get me that second time. And he sent me my wife said my feet were above her head, and I landed sideways on some angle iron, broke 2 ribs. It was horrible.
Sounds like you're supporting the Jews. Sounds like you're. Hey, by the way, look, this is the picture of that guy. Look how excited he is before he fucking gets the project started.
Yeah, he was a man on a mission.
What a fucking asshole! Look at this guy. What a dumbass.
Fisher.
I like how he takes his glasses off, puts on his, and then he fucking puts them back on and jumps in the water. You stupid fuck.
He's like, I am going to go down in history. I'm going to be up there with the apostles and the prophets.
Yeah, but you know what? The lesson he failed to realize was pride comes before the fall.
Oh, wow. Great point. That's very biblical. He probably didn't even read that verse.
Something tells me he probably figured some things out right there at the end,
I think he figured it out when he was looking right at Jesus.
When they started launching spears at him.
No, you gotta watch the video. He keeps going. No, you gotta see the video.
Holy fuck! Are you fucking kidding? What's his name?
Yeah, dude, it was crazy.
It's on YouTube. You just go to YouTube. Listen, the problem is this.
Do you have a video for him? Just put it in the back.
It's on YouTube. I don't even know how to put videos up. Otherwise, I would have used.
No. Just put the link in the back chat.
Okay. Let's see. John Chow. Fucking
guy. Forgot all about John.
We're gonna dodge the fucking spears the whole way in there, and then they were gonna be like,
he kept going. Like they started, and he was just like, "I'm gonna do it."
Yeah, the problem.
I'm coming with good news.
The problem was that he didn't understand that the first fucking spear they threw was a measurement of distance, right? That was not supposed to hit him.
Right. They were figuring out how far away. Yeah.
Bro, dude, this guy thought he really had it figured out.
And actually, in water, you're better off if they were shooting bullets. You could at least duck underwater. If it was bullets with spears, you're fucked. Like bullets, as long as it's not out of a shotgun, any hypersonic bullet doesn't really go. Water becomes harder the faster something's moving. The molecules don't want to break apart, so water will actually bust a bullet apart, and it can't travel through water.
I'll be right back. I gotta go take a piss.
Bro, they got videos they got videos of showing how he could have survived. I mean, please don't do that to make more people excited about this stuff.
They're trying. It's like the fucking when guys used to go over Niagara Falls in a fucking barrel and shit. It's like that. They're like, no, somebody's gonna be able to do it. Keep trying,
bro. They're showing videos that he should have swam under the water with and not announced himself. He got on the land.
That would have that sounds like a brilliant idea. These people that fucking freaked out and start chucking spears at you when you were a long ways away, get up close to them and surprise them. That sounds way better.
Dude.
How old do you think Greek mythology is, Omar?
Oh, man. Well, Greek mythology taps into Egyptian mythology, and who knows, man. From the beginning of time of what we know, there's always been who's to say, man? Like,
what's the dude's name, Omar?
Who? John Chow.
John Chow.
I'll find it.
John Chow.
Omar's worse than I am about getting a Lincoln back.
Why shouldn't it? This is can you imagine someone writes a video? Could John Chow still be alive on North Sentinel Island? Why are they trying to intrigue people to go find him now? Like,
I think another person went to Sentinel Island. It was was it a Rothschild?
Sounds
like it was one of these super rich families.
John Chow sounds like a delicious noodle dish.
Yeah, that sounds really gay.
I gotta find one that's not inside a dish.
Anytime I see videos like this, I like to see when I see a black person making their commentary. That's the one I click on because no one can make fucking commentary better than Black Americans, man. I mean, have you ever seen music song reviews? Anything. I'm watching like National Geographic, and then I see this random black dude like going like this. That's the video. I want to hear him tell me the fucking story. I don't give a fuck what National Geographic says.
I'll argue that. Fucking David Attenborough.
There we go. Let me hear how he sounds, because I want to make sure he's like.
David Attenborough has the best.
Oh my God! Please, Clay. Balder said, please, at least start play fucking 1 second of this. Here, it's in the chat. This guy's like, man, he want to go over there and tell him about Jesus and them.
What now?
Play.
The damn problem is they're all from like networks and shit.
No, this guy's his own video. Hold on.
This guy's got his own video?
Yeah, he's doing a review.
Oh, okay.
It says the American who sailed to a forbidden island.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Let's listen to this. Let's all let this guy do it.
Hold on. Oops.
He said, this guy came over there to talk about Jesus and them.
That's great.
This is going to be phenomenal. How do you even play?
The Sentinelese. Nobody did anything about it. You see, the Sentinelese are a tribe of people that live on an island that has no contact with the outside world. But see, John's a missionary and thought, okay, if they don't have contact with the outside world, then they don't know about Jesus and them. So John decides to fly to India is close to the Sentinelese people's island. That is first important. The Sentinelese people live on an island called North Sentinel Island. This is part of a larger island chain called the Andaman Island. But see, the people in the Andaman Islands have contact with the outside world. The people in the Sentinel Islands don't have contact with anybody, not even the people in the Andaman Islands. They are literally all by themselves. As soon as John touches down in India, they say, okay, John, what you here for? John says, I'm just passing through. I'm trying to go to the Andaman Island. The Indian government says, okay, no problem. But don't go to the Sentinel Islands. That's illegal. See, the Indian government banned people from going to the Sentinel Island. And you'll find out why in a second. John said illegal. That's too bad for you. John already knew it was illegal. He said, I'm still going. John flies over to the Andaman Island. The people on the Andaman Island said, damn, bro, we gotta get too many visitors. What are you for? John said, sightseeing. Can you tell me where the Sentinel Island's at? They said, we could show you, but we can't take you. It's illegal. He said, of course. They said, they go to Sentinel Island right there. It's across the water from us. John said, I bet, I'm finna need a boat. They said, what? I said, LeBron, the GOAT. John goes over to look for a boat. John finds 2 fishermen. He said, look, y'all, I need y'all to take me to Sentinel Island. They said, what? You know that's illegal. You gonna pay my bail? John said, I got $400 US. I don't know how much bail costs, but say no more. You have me at US dollars. Hop on the boat. The fishermen approach the Sentinel Island. The Sentinelese people see John and the fishermen pulling up. They start bringing out their bows and arrows, start moving aggressively. They're like, John said, you think they're trying to tell me to pull up? The fisherman said, nah, I think they're trying to tell you to stay here. John said, what y'all know? John hops on a canoe. He gets a little bit closer. Now, at this point, the Sentinelese people mix in. John said, okay, raise the roof. All right, look, check it out, y'all. I got a Bible here. I just want to tell y'all about Jesus. That's when the Sentinelese really get to knucking and bucking. They pull out the bows and arrows. They say,
knucking and bucking.
John said, oh, them folks tripping. He leaves. The fisherman said, that's what we was trying to tell you. Them folk like that. John said, so's my Lord and Savior. We're spinning the block and coming back another day. John, we appreciate
my Lord and Savior.
You can't go out there. John said, watch me.
I love
John
it, dude.
takes the canoe again. He approaches the Sentinelese people.
Oh, fuck, I should mute myself.
He's stupid. Stay over there.
Oh,
John,
no.
okay, I'm just going to come a little bit closer. He brings out his Bible and starts to sing. He said, how great.
I've tried a lot of financial products and have a lot of accounts in different places. Allfront actually did better just by trading.
How funny is that? The commercial's an Asian guy, though.
That's the best.
When I turned 40, I was able to stop working for money.
Explore Zion like a local.
I can't wait to hear the ending of this.
Boom! They shoot an arrow at bro, but the arrow hits John's Bible and he swims away. And here's where things start to get wicked. You see, they didn't accidentally hit John's Bible. That was their target. They didn't want to hurt him. They wanted him to go away. You see, there's a reason why the Indian government made it illegal for people to have contact with the Sentinelese. It's because their immune systems are not built to handle the diseases that humans in the world carry today. And the Sentinelese people know that because this British dude, Maurice, in the 1800s, pulled up to the Sentinel Islands, took 4 people. He gave them smallpox. 2 of them, he said, send the other 2 back to the island. The other 2 were coughing, sick. He said, send them back. Maurice then visits a tribe close by the Sentinelese, wipes out the entire population. Maurice said, damn, he wrote in his diary, yeah, it seems that we get people sick, but we the British since the 1800s, we finna pull up anyway. So after witnessing all this, you can probably understand why the Sentinelese don't want people.
Hey, pause this real quick. I just went over to subscribe to this guy's channel because I don't care what he's talking about. He has 1.4 million followers on his YouTube channel. Why? Because he can tell any story. Continue.
Yeah. No, this guy is the best storyteller. This
I
is
wanted to tell
hilarious.
Yeah. He needs to do Bible stories.
The Sentinelese people seem pretty chill. Indian anthropologists visited them in the 90s. Look at bro shaking hands. He said, what's good with y'all? Hey, we don't want y'all visiting, but like we cool. The Indian people start giving them coconuts. The Sentinelese people like, appreciate y'all. But one of the Sentinelese people brings out some real sharp dough and starts putting it around his heart, saying, One of the Indian anthropologists like, oh, I think we gotta go, y'all. The Sentinelese tribe's like, yes, y'all gotta go, but we appreciate y'all, But unlike those Indian anthropologists, John didn't take the hint and decides to go a 3rd time. And well,
oh my God.
The next time they found John, he was on the beach of the island. The Indian government pulls up to the Andaman Islands. They said, what happened? They said, John went to Sentinel Island. India said, oh. The United States pulls up. They said, what happened to our citizen? You know we don't play. They said, he went to Sentinel Island. United States said, oh, that's that island where you're not supposed to, India said, yeah. We went over to the island too to get his remains for y'all. Sentinelese people was not having it, but we did manage to get his diary. United States government looked at his diary and said, I know what I'm doing is illegal. If they catch me slipping, don't be mad at the Sentinelese. The United States said, no, we're not mad. The United States and the Indian government figured, well, he was warned a bunch of times. What can you do? In fact, his parents, John's parents, weren't even upset at the Sentinelese or John. They were upset at the evangelical church, who they believe radicalized him. In fact, even after he passed, some members of the evangelical church were praising him, and he became a martyr in some people's eyes, which to me is actually the wildest part of the story. Can you imagine if your son almost wiped out a group of people, and the church that made him believe all that was okay said, "Woo, amen." In fact, to show how in deep John was, he even went to missionary training. Yeah, there's something called missionary training, where a couple folks from the church pretend to be indigenous people. They start speaking a different language, and you pull up trying to convert them. And to show even further how in deep John was, in his diary, he wrote, "The Sentinelese Island was Satan's last stronghold." Now, that doesn't mean John saw the Sentinelese as bad people. It seems he saw them as people he needed to save, which arguably to me is even worse, because John was willing to risk an entire population's lives, but as long as they saved, like, it's all good. And on top of that, in John's words in his diary, he was fully prepared to spend his entire life on the island. And that had me thinking, what if they say no? Like, what if the Sentinelese people accepted John on the island, heard him out, and said, nah, we don't want to convert? I was watching this missionary that spent 30 years trying to convert a group of indigenous people. At year 30, they're like, nah, we don't want to do that. He said, hey, yo, he said this completely broke him. They even interviewed the indigenous people. They said, yeah, he was talking about this and that God. We said, what your God look like? He said, some believe he's brown, some believe he's white. We said, you don't know what he looked like? He said, nah. We said, where he live at? He said, the sky. We said, nah, we need somebody on land. We appreciate you, but like, nah. Those indigenous people for 30 years. The missionary said, as soon as the indigenous people said, like, we good, he realized, yo, what am I doing? He spent 30 years with a group of people. They smiling, breaking bread with him. Whole time he had ulterior motives. He realized, he said, I'm tripping. And on top of that, they said no to his ulterior motives. Bro went straight home. He left the church. Now, at the end of the day, John got for what he believed in, but to me, he was no different than
missionary got converted to not be a Christian.
Because even though both men knew what might happen to the Sentinels,
you know what? Now that you say no,
they went anyway, because in their minds, their beliefs were worth risking the Sentinelese people's lives. But as we saw from what happened to John, the Sentinelese people disagree. Now,
bro,
that was hilarious.
That's the best storyteller I've ever seen in my life. Again, he's just, I don't even know who he is, but again, that's what I'm saying about, if I see anything of, and I see a black person that's going to tell me about, I'm clicking that one.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear some fucking National Geographic guy fucking making up bullshit. I want to hear that guy tell me exactly what happened on the fucking ground. He said, nah.
That was great. That was great.
What I want to hear that guy tell the story about?
The flood,
cocaine hippos.
Oh shit!
I want him to tell me about fucking Moses and the fucking Pharaoh,
dude.
Anything?
Could you imagine this guy describing the way that the hippos are destroying the South American environment because they have the whirlwinds of shit and nothing kills them? Like, what kind of an animal uses shit as an attack method and then swings their tail through it to disperse it even worse? Like,
genius. It's quite genius. Well, on that note, everybody, it's 6:30 in the morning.
Fuck, Omar. We're like high school.
See you later, Omar.
It's like almost 12 hours.
It's the slumber party.
I was just about to ask where, oh my God, you see the little image of that's the never ending story? No, Labyrinth.
Labyrinth, that's the worm. That's the Mad Hatter worm.
Yeah. Well, it's been fun. It's been great. With Balderson, we gotta pick
a night and get our shit together before we do it. And I totally am down. You know,
like one night.
Needs to be philosophical, right?
Yeah.
Needs to be very pointed, something specific.
Yeah.
We can't just come up here and be like, what we gonna talk about tonight, Brain?
No.
Yeah, and
so it's got to be. We got to have our shit together and come in with a specific subject. And I want to pick a night. And we like. What do you want to do it like every 2 weeks or once a month or every week? What do you want to do?
No, once a week would be good because we would draw. It'd be large audiences of people interested in stuff.
Oh, you can count me in. I'm all for it.
Yeah, there's large audiences of people. No one's talking. No one's just diving into the philosophical and the esoteric and just
real philosophy. But I think once a week is a little much. Maybe once every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks.
Let's just start with one, right? And then whatever. Like
Well,
fair enough.
Let's do it for next Saturday. All right, we'll communicate during the week and pick a subject, and have each of us have time to prepare for it and think about it and shoot for next Saturday.
Sounds good to me,
bro. Yeah, I prepare for it. I got in my car. I found out that the debate tonight was at 7:15. At 5:15.
Right.
I'm like, my kids just like we just got to the airport and then they're on the plane. It hasn't left, and then they like got canceled as I'm like plugging things in. I'm like, oh my god,
I got up from a nap and went to go outside, and I look over and Christy's got the StreamYard open. I'm like, what are you doing? She goes, the show's starting in 20 minutes. I'm like, oh fuck, really? Hey.
Well, vocab has preparation. Vocab just said it contacted his university and said, "Hey, send me the argument for Paul." And they're like, "Here's the slideshow," and he just fucking read it. He didn't even. He just fucking read it, and then he had the cliff notes. It was good.
That's good. Yeah. Like,
you got a long drive, Omar?
Slide.
No, not far. I'm in Miami. I'm in Miami Beach. Oh, okay, it's blurred. I don't even.
Miami.
I'm in Miami Beach. The water's. I can see the water. This shit. I don't know what's going on here. The blur's fucked up.
It's focusing on you and not the background at all.
Yeah, but I turned the blur off. I can't even add pictures because I was going to add that Christian missionary guy's picture as my screensaver, and I was going to just block it out like this and talk on his behalf. And try to convert Balderson. So I had his picture up, and that's why. I'm like, I can't even look. Avatar. So I go like this. Yeah, I had that picture, and I was going to make it my screen and just tell Balderson he needs to start worshiping false gods.
Well, what about doing the one on John? The one when John was in the Temple of Mars or something, speaking to those Greeks, and how the like TML, he says that he stole everybody blames John for stealing like Plato's philosophy and shit like that.
It's hard not to be influenced by the philosophy of the day. I mean, right? I mean, like someone stealing something, like if we all, I don't think someone steals something.
The argument is that John was agreeing with what John was just trying to explain to him, the unknown God. Yeah, because he was smart and he understood their language. That's why I come to these places, to try to understand your guys' language.
Oh, it's not to talk over us?
Look, you see like the logo. Just look up what the Greek logos means, and then apply that filter and understanding through the definition.
Oh, that's good. I like
some
that.
Some of the other ones.
Let's go with I like logos. Logos is a good starting point for anything.
Sure, that's a great starting point for. You mean for the next the philosophical? Yeah,
show. Yeah, logos.
Yeah, I mean, what's
the word?
What was the Greek?
The bird, I believe, is the word, sir.
Yeah, save it because we're doing it Saturday.
Bird is the word. Yeah, no, I mean,
yeah,
it'll be fun. What was it called where the Greeks went and they would have the discussions? It was not the school.
Parthenon.
The Pantheon? No, not Pantheon.
Parthenon. Not Pantheon.
Yeah.
The
I'm
the
a little addle-brained right now.
Place where they would go and have the discussions about the philosophies. Yes.
We should just call it the Great Hall. The Great Hall. The Great Hall.
They went to the library.
The Viking Great Hall, Balderson.
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, just debate the gods.
How come we always name our rockets after like Apollo, Artemis, and all these gods?
How come the Catholic Church named their greatest telescope the Lucifer?
That's all.
I know the answer.
Ooh.
Logos, remember? That's logos. No, that's the.
You know what? The binocular, Lucifer, they're binoculars, and they can see different infrared and different things. And because there's two of them, because they're binoculars, it can tell
a name or something where I can call.
He was asking why they named it Lucifer.
How come when the United Nations, the first organization that was recognized by the United Nations was called the Lucifer Trust, made by Alice Bailey, and then changed their name to the Lucid Trust when they go, oops.
Yeah, the Lucius Trust. Yeah.
Why is the Statue of Liberty Lucifer, the light bearer?
The Statue of Liberty is not Lucifer, sir.
Well, no, here's exactly. It's what's her name? The other one. But
but they're both the same level of etheric being. That's why the number of points matches the same number as Lucifer, because they're the same level of etheric.
So it needs to be something that encompasses all of philosophy, including everything outside of the American people.
By the way, and
like a world philosophy.
An interesting concept also is if you look at like John the Baptist and the tribe that he was actually from the Mandaean tribe, which and if you look up the Mandaeans, they have the Book of John, and they also have the Ginza Rabbah, and they claim that Jesus was a Mandaean. And if it's an interesting conversation, if you should look up the Mandaeans, M-A-N-D. All right, I can't fucking spell out loud.
Yeah, sorry, I do my thinking with the Google AI. So
Mandaean.
You know what here's some thoughts on this. So actually, the pantheon of thought, maybe, or the pantheon of, what? So because essentially it's the pantheon, right? But Americanized, right? So obviously we don't live in fucking Greece, right? We're not Greek. It's all Greek to fucking me. But if we're gonna call it something, it needs to be something Americanized, but pretty much in reference to the pantheon, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, the Statue of Liberty is a Roman
or Parthenon
god, and so we're still under Rome, is what I'm saying.
We should call it
I can accept that. I can accept that.
Mystery Babylon, Rome.
No, that's that one. Mystery Babylon's that one dude. He's like, drink this sperm and the winds and the child.
William Cooper.
No, Mystery Babylon is the guy, the guy who with the shaved head who calls himself.
That's Lady Babylon.
Oh, okay.
That guy's name is.
He's like, and why was the boy there with the sperm? Oh God, why? Tell
me. He's always got to punctuate everything with like weird fucking like.
Yeah. I wonder why he's that thing we're not mentioning anymore tonight. He goes. And he goes, why was he there when the little boy was there with the cloth? Why did the boy have the cloth? He was arrested at 5 o'clock in the morning. Tell me, why would it be?
Yeah, he has this whole thing where he thinks.
You know that guy? He's
I know who he is.
What's the purple? What's the blue purple? Tell me.
The purple.
The burning. Yeah. Tell me what the burning purple was. If it wasn't. If it wasn't the burning, oh God, you don't understand the Greek. The Greek, you have to understand the burning purple on the boy. The boy had a loincloth. The Greek.
Him and Kip Davis had it out a couple times, fairly famously.
Gnostic informants going after him. His entire
him and Gnostic informant are having.
I love Gnostic informant. I love that guy, bro. That guy's the best.
Neil's
he does it, but he knows his shit is the key.
Yeah. The other guy is definitely accredited and has the credentials. The problem is that he's pretending like physicians didn't always have a different language of their own, basically, and meanings of their own. So he's carrying over medical terminology into normal terminology and saying that they mean the exact same thing when that's just not necessarily.
He goes in Philo's writings. You have to understand the Greek god. The burning purple.
Yeah. Which I have no doubt that they were using drugs.
Of course they were. What?
Statue of Liberty is Addis. Look up the Addis statue. All right.
Omar, real quick before you go, what's the name of your channel?
Oh, brother, I don't even fucking know. I don't really put anything on YouTube. I have Instagram, Shaman Omar, but my YouTube is let me see. You just type in my name, Shaman Omar, and let's see, Shaman Omar.
Well, I can find you on the gram.
It's the Shaman Omar. Actually, I just popped up. I have a really good conversation with Mark Gagnon. It says Enoch, Gnosticism, Anunnaki. But at the beginning of it, he says, is God Satan? That's his clickbait, is God Satan? And then I got a bunch of conversations, and I have like some interviews about ayahuasca with like Andrew Schultz and like a bunch of people like that. But if you find the what is it under watch videos? Videos playlist. It should say under playlist there should be one that says like debates.
All right.
And I have one that says what is Zionism? It says Jewish versus Christian perspective with Tudor Alexander and Rabbi Israel Horowitz, and there obviously they agree that Zionism is garbage, and we just crush that. And then I have some conversations with Christian scholars, with Hebrew Israelites, with rabbis, with atheists, with a white supremacist, a whole bunch of people. But then I was
one last question, because I know you want to go. What do you think is the worst type of person you've ever dealt with in terms of religion or whatever?
A liar.
Touche.
That one right there, because it doesn't matter what they did. You can never trust a liar. And so it doesn't matter. Even if they didn't do it, they're still fucking lying.
The worst is a liar who is systemic, meaning a deceiver. Because a deceiver believes in their righteousness so much that they'll look you right in the face and continue to deceive the whole time with a series of lies with little bits of truth in it, right? And at the end of the day, that's what Satan is. Satan is an adversary.
Andrew Wilson.
Satan means adversary. So someone who's trying to manipulate the truth. Like for me, I'm having conversations. I'm here. I'm listening. I don't fucking know this or know that or whatever the case may be. But what do I know that a supreme creator exists? Yes. Do I believe that the highest understanding I have of God speaks or passes individual whispers to one person? No, I don't think it's that complicated. Now, do I believe that there are spirits and variations of beings that we would call divine, both in good and in light? And do they interact with us here in this dimension? Sure. But what exactly in good and bad and so on? So, that's the history that
I agree with you. I can't stand a liar. I'd rather you just be brutally honest with me, good or bad. I respect that more than anything.
Yeah.
Well, and the fact is if you have to lie about your thing, apparently you don't think something's right about it, because if you, even about yourself, if you're lying to other people about yourself, why are you doing that? If you feel the need to lie, unless you're dealing with like an enemy or something, right? But amongst your friends and family and people like that are just normal people, why would, if the only reason for you to lie about yourself is because you're not comfortable with that thing? And so either get the fuck over it or stop doing it, one or the other. Then you can be honest.
Right.
Hey, by the way, on my website for my organization, I'm going to tag that at the end. But I put the link. I put the link in the private chat, and then I have a book of poetry and philosophy. It's called The Corazon. You can click. You go to the website, click The Corazon, and then it's a free download ebook and a PDF. It's poetry and philosophy. It's free. It's not for sale. I don't think poetry should necessarily be sold. I think
Speaking of the back chat, how do you feel about that? What I just put back there for you, the name for the show.
Yeah, but did you spell Zion like that on purpose?
Oh.
Because I don't believe in Zion.
No, I did take the I out. That's so funny. How did that happen?
Well, because Zion, Zion is another mistranslation of,
Let me do this right. Let me do it right. Maybe that was auto.
If you were trying for it, it's kind of a clever thing, but not trying.
It is. But see, because the funny part is the double entendre, because they say, "Oh, Zion is the promised land." No. Zion is only referenced one time in Samuel, I think it's 2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 6 through 7.
Yeah.
5, 6, 7. Well, because that's just where King David on the last stand, where he told everyone to meet at the mountain, and it was like basically code name Zion, where the military would all convene before they took the Holy Land and killed everyone. Yeah. So it was a deceitful little code trick. So when Zionism meets in Europe in the World Zionist Congress and plans on taking the Holy Land again in 1897, history repeats itself.
Yeah.
I can't now. And then they go, Omar, so you don't believe that the Jews deserve their own homeland? That's not Zionism. That's one sentence in that asshole's book.
Well, I am going to be gone for the rest of the fucking week. I got to go to Florida.
I'm in Florida. I thought you lived in Florida. Oh, there you go. You click the corazon. Or if you want to know about what I believe, actually, about and beliefs and symbolism, which is the sigil explaining where we are, and the corazon, and then you can click ebook or PDF, and then it's free. You just download it.
Oh, I will, man. You. I don't want to make this sound gay, but you're like, I enjoy listening to you, and like you're just so knowledgeable. And
no, I appreciate you, but I mean, like, it's just we just gotta like fucking look. If you listen to something and you hear one side, you have to seek until you hear the polar opposite, the antithesis, its polarity, and then then you determine your truth on stuff. You cannot just hear like one side of a fucking story and then move on to another subject, because all you are is piecing together singular bits of information, and you don't actually know anything. You know something about everything. And if you only know little something about everything, then you're pretty much just, you know what I mean? You're just kind of going on this path. So for me, I get intrigued with something, and then I start diving into that thing, whether it's, aliens, where the fuck did that come from? And you start circling back, or any of this stuff, man. It all trails together, and don't, we're in America, people are raised like Christian for the most part, and so it's like, oh no, the Gnostics, stay away from them. Really? No, read them. Oh, Gospel of Thomas, that's not an actual real book. Oh, it's not? Read it, please. Thank you. So Odin, that's pagan.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah. Oh, Vikings, they were pagans. And read it. Tell me there's not, you know. So again, as I said earlier, something doesn't have to be true to be important.
Okay, guys, I got to get out of here. I have a flight to catch.
Oh my God!
All right, Clay, I owe you a bit of an apology, man, for earlier.
Oh no, bro! This is what we live for right here. I get bombastic just like anybody, but I do love
Clay.
you guys.
You okay? You're stressed out because the gauntlet didn't happen. You didn't get it out. Huh? Balderson was correct.
No, I'm
Is that what
stressed
happened?
out because I got to go to Florida.
I'm in Florida. It's not that bad.
Yeah,
it's not that bad.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Love you guys.
Thanks for hosting.
See ya.
Later. Adios, amigos.
See you later, Mr. Balderson.
Later, guys.
Spin City. Spin City on the screen, got the room on 10. Breaking news, panel smoke, then he does it again. The bass in the morning, debauchery at night. He steps in loud and he don't back right. Clip it, post it, watch the chat explode. One more take, then he takes the road. He talks that talk with a grin and a stare. The other side's talking, he already there. Hold up, here he comes. Hands in the air, let the verdict come. No more hush, no more shade. Spin City live and the whole place sways. Spin City, Spin City. He don't play it safe. Spin City, bringing fire to the face. MAGA on the mic, and he says what he means. Spin City, shaking up the scene. Panels in a circle, everybody wants a turn. He leans in hard, let the hot takes burn. Protest on the ticker, riot in the thread. He talks over the chaos with a raised up head. Yell a little louder, make the point land clean. Cut through the noise like a headline machine. If they come for the room, he comes right back. One more clash and the whole beat snaps. Hold up, here he comes. Hands in the air, let the verdict come. No more hush, no more shade. Spin City live and the whole place sways. Spin City, he don't play it safe. Spin City, bringing fire to the face. MAGA on the mic, and he says what he means.